Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. Was Passover moral? On this episode, we dive in to whether Moses, the Exodus, and the Passover story were moral. So won't you join us for more fun, Yahweh style?
Now, God's idea of fun should frighten everybody except for psychopaths and insane people. So that's scary.
Well, you never know. It might be. So we're a skeptic channel, but the back half of the show, after our opening closing statements, the floodgates will be open, meaning anyone can come join us and say what's on their mind. We'll also give everyone the chance to have their own opening closing statements, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just not on the sheets. You can also send me your direct questions, comments, or thought bubbles to be read on screen by tagging me at Amy Newman. We also have a Discord if you like some memes, discussions, or debates. Lastly, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can get live reminders for our YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Plus, if you'd like to support the show, we offer some unique perks with the aim of creating more content at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like K.O. Champ and Oz from the Atheist Roundtable and just joining us, Ian Davenport. Thank you so very much for brand new Patreon.
Ian's a new Patreon. Wow.
He is a Patreon. So sending hearts out to Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
And
we appreciate
it.
Okay.
With that being said, was Passover moral? No, I don't think so. However, it wasn't always that way. As often as I say, I was raised in a Jewish household. Though my parents were liberal, I was sent to a conservative synagogue to learn the Torah. However, the version of Passover that I remember being taught in Hebrew school contrasts greatly from what is written in the text. Far from what I would call the Sunday school version, the actual story of Passover seems to only have one purpose: to glorify God. And while many believers will say that sounds like a great idea, the amount of pain, suffering, and torment that people must endure so this God's self-esteem can get a boost seems cruel and unusual. We go through a series of 12 plagues, each worse than the other. And really, the only remedy is for mercy from the guy who started this game to begin with. If there is a message in there, it has to be massaged so greatly that we would call it a happy ending. God should have been able to get his chosen people out with a snap. Instead, he went through tons of trouble, or rather, he put people through tons of trouble just so he could feel good about himself. Where is the morality? I have yet to find any. Thank you. And okay. So how are you, James? And although I love matzah, what do you think? Is Passover moral?
Well, let's talk about it. So my allergies are acting up a little tonight, so you guys might have to just bear with me a tad. But anyway, that's where we're going. So, of course, we know Passover wasn't moral by almost any definition of the word. First, the entire story is unnecessary. As we point out many times on numerous occasions, God intervened to harden the heart of Pharaoh. If he wasn't going to let them go, you wouldn't need to harden his heart. God sent Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra to tell Pharaoh to let the Jewish people go. If God had to harden his heart, the only rational conclusion is that he was open to letting them go, but that's not what God wanted. God wanted to be the hero. He wanted to swoop in and save the day and rescue his people. He but he wanted to do that by killing and spreading all sorts of destruction and mayhem. Um, Now, it's not just immoral because it was unnecessary and caused needless death and misery to people who had no say in the entire affair. Your average Egyptian citizen at the time who was bearing the brunt of these plagues had absolutely no say in the status of the Jewish people. They weren't in charge, uh, but yet they got severely punished many times over um, for something that was completely out of their hands. And now this entire sequence of events was orchestrated by God. He's the one who decided to have this famine. He needed to get Joseph into Egypt so he could manage the food supplies during the famine, culminating in Pharaoh inviting the Jews to come to Egypt not as slaves but as free people so that Pharaoh could care for them throughout the rest of the famine. Of course, God knew all along that many years later, and a few more pharaohs along the line, and one pharaoh would come up and decide to enslave the Jewish people. Now, the good news is it didn't happen. It's entirely made up. But according to the story, this is what God's master plan was. So most biblical scholars would put the Exodus, if you assume the Bible timeline correct, around 1400 BC. We know at that time Israel wasn't even a distinct people. You can't find much about them beyond the year 900 BC. And if you read the Exodus story in the context of modern theism, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Uh, So the oldest writings in the Old Testament, penned by the Yahwist and Elohist, probably around 800 and 900 BC, these two authors were polytheistic. They didn't deny that other gods existed. They just advocated for making Yahweh, the God of the Jews, the primary God. He's like the most badass God. Uh, and we see over and over again in the Exodus story when God tells Charlton Heston and Aaron Ra to do magic tricks to convince the Pharaoh to let them go, then Pharaoh also calls out his sorcerers, and they're able to do similar feats of magic. Remember the stick Charlton Heston turned into a snake? The Pharaoh sorcerers were able to do that same trick. Then the snake that Moses created proceeded to consume the snake made by Pharaoh's sorcerers. What does this tell us? The Bible's not claiming that the Egyptian deities weren't real. It's just that they're not as good and badass as Yahweh. So you probably want to worship Yahweh above any other gods because he can kick their ass. Let's see. So I would just say to the Christians out there, if God seems like a dick, it's probably because that's what he is. God set this whole thing up to get his people into Egypt so they could be enslaved. He led them into that condition probably for a few hundred years, and one day he decides to try to get them out. He set it up so that Pharaoh refused the demands to let the people go, and he specifically intervened on numerous occasions to cause Pharaoh not to comply with God's demand. Then he got to deliver the terrible and deadly plagues on the people of Egypt, most of whom had absolutely no say in the matter at all. Is this the God you want to worship and serve? Are you worshiping him because you really feel he deserves it? You think he's just that good? Or are you only worshiping him because he's threatened to do mean things to you after you die if you don't worship him? And there's no way around it. A lot of what he says and does is cruel, often both. So might makes right. He's God and he can do whatever he wants. If he sounds like he's being a dick, you better not say anything about it. What are you going to do about it? He's God. If he wakes up and decides he wants to kill tens of thousands of people, many of them children, for his own glory, that's just what he's going to do, and you can't do anything to stop it. And why does he need to kill people for his own glory? He's God. He could do whatever he wants. He's all powerful. He didn't need to give this massive demonstration. Okay, okay, God. We know you're powerful and you can do anything and you can do really mean things to people. But, look at things like imagine a kid on a tricycle, a 3-year-old kid on a tricycle sitting next to a Chevy Camaro, and they're racing, right? Of course, Arrow's going to be a lot better, but would that really be something to glory in? Like, haha, look, little kid, I kicked your ass. You didn't have a chance. Well, no shit. But that's not an accomplishment. That's not an achievement. That's not anything anybody should look up to. Thank you.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much, James. And so we'll talk about this a little bit, and then we'll switch into the open mic because I want to hear everybody's thoughts. If you just
I'm sure
joined
everybody
us,
has something to say.
we are speaking on Skeptic and Ranting. Was Passover moral? And I think this subject came up in my head because we can argue all day, did Passover exist? And I'm not convinced that it does exist, but putting the existence aside, I don't find the story to be moral.
Right.
Like I search to find what the actual message is, except for you better friggin', I don't even know, the message isn't even you better friggin' do what God says because he's gonna win anyway. It's just go along with it because you have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's uh, it's a real mess of a book. It's a real mess of a chapter, and it's just one bad thing after the other coming, and there's just no justification for any of it.
Kinky, and not even the good kind. Yeah.
No, I mean, and this whole thing, God caused all these problems to begin with, just so he could come in and save the day. So,
well, and that's the other thing. The way that you learn it in Hebrew school, and I imagine in Sunday school, is God is kind of the hero. Is that these people have been enslaved, and there's nothing that's going to stop this Pharaoh except for God. And then God steps in and is like, no, Moses, we're going to come in there. You're going to have a great one-liner. You're going to be like, you shall let my people go. Everyone's going to chant. It's going to be great. But it's not that. It's actually that he's like, look, you're going to go in there, and he's going to deny you because I'm going to harden his heart. And it's like, what? Oh, yeah, he's going to deny you because he doesn't want slaves? Nah, I'm going to harden his heart. It's like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, it's like in America over here, when we had the Civil War, that was a war partially to end slavery, but the slaveholders were not just
Mostly.
willingly ready to just give up their slaves and say, okay, yeah, we don't want to do that anymore. But Pharaoh actually seemed like he was willing to consider letting the people go.
Yes, or at least at certain points. Maybe not at the beginning, but at certain points he was like, all right. Because I have here sorcerers. You were talking about, like, they were bringing out locusts, and they were still in denial at a certain point. They're like, all right, we have the solution to this. Let's make our guys create locusts. And it's like, oh, great, guys. Now we have 2 sets of locusts. What a wonderful time.
Yeah. Fortunately, we're able to say that it's myth, that the events really didn't happen. But like you said, just taking it on its face for whatever lessons it has to teach us or whatever nuggets of wisdom are in there, it utterly fails in terms of any normal standard of morality.
Do you even know what the apologetic would be? What is the common apologetic that Christians give? Why is this? And it's generally Christians, even though it's a Jewish story. But why?
Well, I mean,
what is the
heard
message?
a lot about God's glory. God's glory is where a lot of them go with that. That hey, he wanted to set this up so he could show his people how powerful he is and how good he is, and that's why he did it.
Gotta show off those glory holes.
And then there's other people who take a slightly nuanced interpretation of the God hardening his heart, where it's not exactly the way it comes across in the text, but we've seen Christians, they're able to do any number of logical gymnastics to get around things that they really don't want to deal with. So, um,
Yes, you basically have to be an Olympic gymnast to make sense of this. But that's what we're going to try and do tonight,
yeah.
folks, because we are skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral? Not whether it exists, because that's over here. I'm just talking about the ethics, the morality, even those two sometimes atheists like to separate. But just in general, what was this God trying to do? I think, it was a shake weight. I think we all kind of see what was going on.
It was, and Yahweh's the puppet master. He's the one controlling everything from the start. So it's
He
just
is the
for his
puppet
own
master.
amusement. Only for his own amusement. That's the only thing that makes sense.
And the heart in your heart really sinks it for me, because once again, it could have just been a story of this one villain. You shouldn't enslave people, right? This Pharaoh Bling Bling the Third, if you haven't been paying attention to our wonderful skeptic Bible study, they don't name the pharaohs. So this is just the third pharaoh in a continuum of pharaohs. The first two seem to be kind of cool, or at least that's what the story implies. Yeah. And then that third pharaoh, that's where it all went wrong. The text seems to imply he forgot who the Israelites were, like whoopsie, and then enslaved them.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I heard the cries of my people. Like, they've been enslaved for 300-400 years. They've been groaning and moaning the whole time. I'm all right. Now I'm gonna do something about it. Quit your bitching. Quit your bitching. Come on.
That's before we get to wonderful Rockwater. And then the Israelites eventually start complaining, but that's a whole nother story.
Of course. It's
as you do. After you've just been saved by this. He also calls himself the God of War in the middle of all this, which is like...
Well, I mean, ironically, that's how he started off. Like the polytheist, the Yahwist and the Elohist, they were polytheist, and Yahweh was just part of the pantheon of gods they believed in. Now, several authors later, they went back and they kind of chopped up the previously written stories to try to make it look monotheistic, but they weren't able to get everything out.
I think the Christians, once again, it depends on what side you are. I find the Jews, once again, maybe the Orthodox aren't, but they're mostly like, yeah, we know where it comes from. Even though the God is horrible. It's like I give points for each side. And then the Christians... I don't know. I guess he gets a lobotomy or he gets therapy in version 2, because this version of Yahweh, let's just say, I'm not a big fan.
No, and the thing that sticks out to me is I don't see how very many reasonable people could read this story and everything and come away with the impression that God was the good guy. I mean, I'm sure a few people can, but I don't think very many could read that and say, oh yeah, God's a good God. He's being nice. He's doing the right thing. But yet they still worship him, even though they kind of admit, well, at least deep down to themselves, that he was being a dick for no reason.
He was. But he's in charge, so everything he says is moral. That's how it works.
And I think that's it. They just tell themselves it's moral because the consequences of thinking otherwise could be that they go to hell. And they don't want to go to hell. So it's not like, I guess morality at that point takes a back seat to, your own best interests, what's good for you personally. And, like the Calvinists would say, thank God that he chose me. So it sucks that he didn't choose you guys, but at least he chose me. So I'm good.
And they hate this analogy, but it's mob boss fucking morality. It's kind of like, it's nice pharaoh you got there. It'd be a shame if someone would harden his heart and then kind of drown him.
Like, and then I'll get to do all these fun things to the people of Egypt who have absolutely no control over anything, but they're gonna pay for it.
It'll be fine. I'm sure
they'll be covered in frogs.
They'll be covered in frogs and darkness, and once you look past the boils, you won't even mind that your firstborn Egyptian son died. It'll be fine.
And I think a lot of times when people go through the Bible, I think after a while, you kind of get desensitized to things because you just see over and over again terrible, horrible things that are almost impossible to reconcile in your mind. After a while, you're used to it. You get desensitized to it, but then every once in a while, God does something so horrible that even the most desensitized person just is in almost utter awe, like the killing of the firstborn in Egypt.
Well, it makes me wonder how many Christians and Jews actually read their Bible, because it becomes such a cultural icon that we almost just assume it, but actually reading the story has been quite eye-opening, because we all know, like I said, the Sunday school, the Happy Hebrew School version,
Right.
but reading the literal version, I find it hard to find the morality. Let's just say that.
I can't find the morality. I would be interested to hear if anybody can, but I think most people who are honest will at least believe that they can't justify it.
And if you do have a justification, you can tell us, because
Send it
we'll go
in.
for about another 5 more minutes, and then we'll switch into our open mic format.
Mic.
We have been skeptic and ranting on not is Passover real, but
It
was
wasn't,
Passover moral? Yes. Because I felt like it was inappropriate. I think we did have the subject of did the Exodus happen? And at the time, it just felt inappropriate to say, was any of this moral? Because that's not what we were arguing. So I wanted to kind of separate the back, but now bring it back into focus.
We've gone through most of Exodus, so we have a lot more context than we did before. But yeah, it just it keeps getting bad, and I imagine it's going to continue to do that.
And it reminds me of how just a few passages just affect so much of our culture, just like how the Tower of Babel is only like a section long. And yet, just because of those few words, it affects so much of our society.
Yeah.
And even more on the point example was in our Skeptic Bible study yesterday, we read for the first time just 8 words. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Those 8 words, how many deaths have caused it from just a single sentence?
And it's not that the people doing that were trying to be bad. It's just that they believed that this is the word of God, and that's what God is saying. And the devil's real, magic is real, and this lady is using black magic. She needs to be killed. That's what the Bible says, right?
That's right. I'm sorry. You were using that devil magic.
And even though we get the apologetic, like the ones who try to justify that, oh, God really didn't mean to kill all gay people. He meant something else. And it's like, well, okay, if that's what he meant, but the way he worded it has led to, tens of thousands of people dying over the past few thousand years because, again, people reading the book and saying, it's from God. That's what we need to do.
I mean, how long is Sodom and Gomorrah going to be used for being against homosexuality, transgender rights, whatever rights they want to literally nuke out of orbit? I mean, it's where it comes from.
It is where it comes from, and
so that's what
it's
she
just
said.
But yeah, we haven't seen much morality at all in the Old Testament. It's kind of just goes from bad to worse.
And there are, once again, to not straw man, we came into, once again, that's what she said, 1 or 2 examples of something good actually in the Bible for like the first time ever. Finally, we saw good stuff. But that was after, actually, I think it started with the 10 Commandments. I think we came up to thou shalt not kill or something like that. But we could have yeeted all of Genesis. We could have gotten rid of most of the Exodus, and we definitely could have gotten rid of Passover. I don't understand what the point of the story is. Like, it's romanticized. Oh, we killed the lamb and we put the blood over there, and it's like, yeah, but you killed the lamb and you put the blood over there, so your God wouldn't kill you. Like, I know you think that's adorable, but it's a little bit creepy. You know, if, with different music, it would have been a little bit different.
Yeah. So when God does it, it's good. When people commit genocide, it's bad. It's okay because
Exactly.
he's God. It's okay
Then
because
it's
he's
okay.
God. It's all right because he's God. But it
You
just
can't.
makes you wonder, like, whether they. I mean, and you have to think about it this way too. Even according to their apologetic, God didn't earn the right to be God. He's just God. Lucky
He's
for him,
God.
right? He's just
Lucky
God.
for him.
So he
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
do anything to
Moses is
earn
just
it.
a toy too. Literally, everyone's a toy. Moses is just doing what God says. Pharaoh is just doing what he did because his heart was hardened. You know, the chariot people are just doing what they're doing because they're with the Pharaoh. And that brings me to my last point, and then we'll go into open mic. But you know, we talk about all this. The pro-life label or all this other stuff, and you know, the Christians there are talking, please someone think of the children. James, think of the children. Don't you think of the children? And
Of
I want to
course.
know who is thinking of the children in this story, because
Yeah.
I can't think of a more horrible thing than to just randomly kill a bunch of children. Like,
Well,
and it really was random.
and I mean, it goes back to, when God does it, it's good. When people do it, it's bad. If a human were to murder a bunch of children, we would almost universally say that's evil and immoral. But when God does it, it's okay.
It's to glorify him. That's literally what he
Right.
says. That's the only thing. You have to, glorification has to be the one and only thing that you could take away from the story. And you have to reinterpret that into a good thing, as in, like, he's killing people for his glory.
And
I
I
don't
don't
see
even
it.
see how that works because he's omniscient, he's omnipotent, he can do whatever he wants. So, of course he's going to win every time. I mean,
And they're never going to live the Thanos snap analogy down. They're going to be like, frickin' Marvel, why did you have to? But once again, you could make it something else. Why didn't he Thanos clap or God clap? I have my new toy, KO Champ. If you ever, I
you
I
got something for
just
Coach
became.
Champ?
I should have done. Hold on. Here we go.
What?
As I scream into the
Thor's
microphone.
hammer.
Dun dun dun. I feel like Thor would have come up with something better. That's just me, especially Fat Thor. I feel like he would have been able to do something instead of killing all the firstborn Egyptian. I feel like Thor doesn't need sacrifices.
He's a weak god, then I guess. He
Yeah.
just doesn't understand the brilliance of the God of the Bible. He has
Yeah.
what's the term for it? Lack of ambition, lack of vision, lack of vision.
Exactly. You gotta understand, James. This was his teenage god phase, okay? He was kind of in that phase right then. He was kind of feeling emo. His hair was slick this way. He was kind of cutting other people in half. It was his thing.
I mean, but this whole thing about glorifying himself, I mean, it would be like an Olympic runner uh, doing a race against a 5 or 6 year old kid, and the 5 or 6 year old has two 50-pound weights on each leg. And then
Yeah.
the Olympic runner saying, I kicked your ass. Look at you. You suck. You're worthless. You're a piece of crap. Nobody would look at that and say that was a good victory. No.
Yeah. It's like you're beating up toddlers. It's like that's amazing. You're so powerful.
Right.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
How
I
could you
mean,
possibly do it?
you made it so there would be nothing in creation that could do anything to you. You made us so that we would be designed to be less knowledgeable, less powerful than you. So no shit.
Yeah.
That's
And
how he
okay.
designed it.
Yeah, that's how. Well, they had no other choice. I don't see. They try at a certain point. Excuse me. Like you said. Oh, excuse me again. Gatorade sponsorship. the magicians trying to out God or whatever. They tried to do magic, and they were able to do most of his things, but that doesn't stop the plagues from happening. So the plagues kept on getting worse. And at a certain point, Pharaoh broke. He broke, I think, multiple times, and God was like, "Yeah, that's kind of like not in the script. If you could like go back to like not letting them go, that'd be cool."
Yeah, and then God actually did. The Pharaoh he stopped hardening his heart. The Pharaoh let him go. The Israelites were walking away, and after I don't know how long it was, a couple days, God's like, "Man, I was having so much fun messing with those Egyptians. I was having a lot of fun with that. Oh, hey, wait a minute, I'm God. I can make the Pharaoh send his troops out to try to recapture him. I can do
Why
that,
don't you just
right?
kill the
I'm
Pharaoh?
God."
Lightning bolt right into Pharaoh. Done.
No, that
End
wouldn't
of
have been
story.
fun. That would not be as glorifying to God. That would not, awe-inspire.
But James, we just don't understand his ways. It just looks evil to us because we're judging him as humans. But if we just understood his godly ways, then we'd get it.
Well, I mean, didn't humans eat the tree of the fruit of knowledge and good and evil? Don't we have that innate sense of morality
And
given to
that,
us by
by the
God?
way, that pisses me off because they're always like, well, they ate the tree. It's like, yes, but they were children who literally did not have knowledge of good and evil. Like
They
it's
were
written
designed that
on the
way.
tree
Yeah.
for some reason.
So they would have no culpability because they didn't understand why it would be wrong because that's how God made them.
And then he punished us forever so that we have to get a Jesus. And it makes sense because, well, they did eat the tree. They did. It would be like a child eating something poisonous and like the ER doctor or calling 911 and the 911 was like, yeah, but they kind of swallowed it, didn't they? And they're like, you could help my child. Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, it happened. I mean, if
On
that
your
means
own.
God's got to send billions and billions of people to hell, oh well. Trust him. It's not going to hurt him in any way. It's nothing
Trust him.
off, and no problem for him. It's effortless, and he doesn't care.
Let Jeebus take the wheel. And okay.
Yeah,
So are you ready?
let's do it.
Let's switch into the gates of hell. We're switching into our open mic format. Woohoo! So I'll send that into.
Send that link out.
So there you go. It'll be sent into the YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook feeds. If anyone would like to join our skeptic and ranting was Passover moral. And I would like to just send lots of hearts to everyone out there in chat. Hi, Ian. Hello, Sigma, Agnostic Pagan Mom, and Big Screen Bird. And Atheist Jr., Amaretto, Comrade Jerry. Who do we got else out here? Titan Uranus.
That's like a who's who of hell.
Reservoir
That's like
Gore.
all the A-list hell
Woohoo!
residents.
Stephanie Trenton, Bible Burner. Oz. Woohoo! The Atheist Round Table. Titan Uranus. And LR. All right. So with that, and anyone else who I missed.
That's a lot of blasphemy out there. That's a lot of sinning.
That's a lot of sinning.
That's a lot of sinning.
I should have my passport here. Are you ready to get your timeshare in hell? I know I am.
For only 4 easy payments of $3 million.
It's a steal.
Or you can, just take all your money and go on Ken Hovind's website and buy a whole bunch of his shit for it.
Buy my book.
If the money's burning a hole in your pocket, you got to spend it somewhere. Why not give it to Ken?
Exactly. Give it to Ken. And okay, I feel like Oz may have something to say on this subject. Oz, we're skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral. How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Hey, Oz.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just saying, hey, Oz.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. Amy, James, hope you're doing well. Thanks for having me on as
We are.
usual. Fuck no, it was not moral. Hell no. Can I say it? Can I be any more clear for everyone?
Yeah.
Robin.
Amen.
And if
I
you
mean,
need me
it's,
to
yeah.
if you need me to take him to church, I'll take him to church.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
seem
mean,
like a very moral God.
it's like a instruction manual for how to be a dick.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, I've been doing a lot of well, I won't even talk about why, but I've been doing a lot of reading and comparing with the Bible and the Quran and all the other Quran's books that try to cover up Muhammad's bullshit. And it's like it's the same thing over and over. It's just this Abrahamic God, whatever its name is. He's just a nasty motherfucker, and he enjoys suffering, not for him, but for his creation. He enjoys seeing people suffer. He enjoys seeing people die. He enjoys the smell of burning flesh, whether it be a human or an animal. And it's like, come on, people! Like this is how is this not nonsensical? Not nonsensical to you?
I mean, he did create billions of people knowing that a good chunk of them would go to hell for all eternity. So,
Yeah. Again, I was telling Pastor Mike, him and I had a real long conversation today, and it's not the first time I've said it to him, but I told him again. And I don't even mean this to be disrespectful, but I did put it in the chat as an explicit warning that I am on one tonight. I'm on one because there's just been a lot of stuff to do with me watching religion fuck people up in the last 4, 5, 6 days. That I'm really just like I'm not pissed at the individuals. I just want to make that clear. I'm not pissed at the humans. I'm pissed at what religion does to people and their lives and their families, and yeah, I'm pissed about it.
yeah, it's
I
religion's
agree.
one of the only things that can make an otherwise good person do terrible things is religion if they believe they're doing it for God.
And it's the leaders that I get angry at because they know better. Most of them, not all of them. But, the lay flock, it's hard to get angry at. But the priests, the pastors that, shuffle people around, all the
But
leaders and stuff know what they're doing.
I mean, I still think a good chunk of even Christians, if they read through the passage, they're going to come away with the idea that God's an asshole. He's the villain in that story, but they don't say anything because they're afraid of him.
Yeah, there's definitely the fear, the bullying, the uh, and just the brain job, that religion does, and some of the things that I've been kind of discussing with people over the last few days, and my experience in religion, and some of the things the baggage that I had to get off of me, leaving religion. It is, and you don't really. It's almost like you hear people coming out of an abusive relationship.
Very similar, yeah.
It's you don't realize how fucked up you are or were until you get out.
Yeah, it's true. It's
It's a
it can be
toxic
very
relationship.
destructive. I mean, and then we saw yesterday, last Bible study, as soon as they got out of Egypt, one of the first things God did was make rules for slavery, how to beat your slaves, how to sell your daughter into slavery. I mean, that's like the first thing he wanted to cover was horrible slavery.
Oh hell yeah! And I put it in the chat while you guys were talking. Um, if this Bible God happened to be real, he is the biggest and the worst tyrant that we've ever known or experienced. And you can look all through the book and see it. He even was it in Romans, I think Romans or Corinthians, where he says, now you are no longer a slave to sin. You are now a slave to God. God loves this slave thing. He loves this tyranny thing.
He does.
And you can't get around it. You can't fucking get around it.
And Oz, can I tell you, they reinterpret it and they don't notice that it's creepy because they reinterpret it. And I can't say it's creepy because I don't want to be mean to them, but they're like, "Oh no, you don't understand, Oz. We've finally found freedom. It's serving God." And it's like, yeah, but when you call him your Lord and all this, and it kind of sounds like, I don't know, they're creepy.
And I'm just going to come out and say it. Anybody who would even entertain the thought of selling their child into slavery, or any deity who would under any circumstances allow it, is a piece of crap. You should not be worshiping that deity.
Agreed. Totally agreed. And even in the verbiage, at least at least the translations we have now, we use the word Lord, but the word master is used. The word master.
Well, it's like a lot of places they use the word servant, but in a lot of contexts it really is slavery, but they try to make it not as bad.
Yeah. PR.
Yeah, and if you want to know the real truth behind the history of the text, go check out my boy Dr. Josh. He's got a really excellent book. It's called "Does the Old Testament Endorse Slavery?" And if you can read through that book, whether you're an atheist or a Christian or an agnostic, and still defend slavery as it's just indentured servanthood, or they were just paying off debts. If you can read through that book and still say that it was 100% that, you are intellectually dishonest, and we can't have a conversation.
Yeah. And the more you seem to be treading further and further away, I hate to say reality, all that type of language sounds mean, but what are these stories? What is this God doing? I don't get it. I don't see the morality. I don't see the point. I don't know how to square the circle.
Big Screen Bird is back in the back studio. I think he wanted to come in. And
all right. So thank you, Oz. And we'll move in right along. And I couldn't agree more. Like, I've been struggling with this. That's why I picked this subject, because it has literally been on my mind every night since we've read that story.
Well, you picked a great night, and thank you. You didn't even maybe it was the Holy Spirit. Maybe it was the Holy Spirit, but no, because this has been one of the craziest weeks for me as far as helping friends and family with all this religion shit. So thank you for having the stream.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming, Oz. Always glad to have you on.
And okay, we're moving right along. Bird, we are skeptic. And we're a little bit ranting on, was Passover moral? How are you? What are your thoughts?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Bird, how you doing?
Hey, James.
Hi,
hey, Amy. What up, Oz? This is a very, very easy question to answer. And Passover was not moral whatsoever. That's it. That's simple.
All right.
That's all I got to say about it.
They say
back to front.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting that God could do that to people willingly. It's disgusting.
Not only willingly, but like, I used to think it was more 50-50. I used to think it was like the Pharaoh really was the bad guy. I'm trying very hard to understand how anyone sees the Pharaoh as the bad guy. Like, I understand he enslaved them, and that's bad.
Right.
Slavery is not good, but you broke him. Like, you literally broke the bad guy. I mean,
to the Bible, slavery is okay. So,
well, that's also true.
Yeah,
I never thought how much they would endorse. I knew that there was endorsement of slavery, but man, it took about 60 or 70 more times of light endorsements to even got to some of the like actual passages that the atheists harp on.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it ironic though that the Jews were enslaved in Egypt, and one of the first things God does after he gets them out of that is give them rules for their own slavery system? I mean, you can't make that shit up.
Right.
Yep. Well, and the other thing, and guys, I promise you, I'm not saying it like I'm on one tonight. So if I'm talking too much, tell me to shut the fuck up.
No.
But what Christians specifically, because we're talking about the Bible, what they like to kind of gloss over or try to dance around is, even when we go to the New Testament and they say, well, we don't live under that old law anymore because Jesus came. Well, the problem with that is Jesus himself said, I did not come to abolish the law. I just came to fulfill the law and not change it. Not one iota, not one pin stroke, so to speak, should be changed. Then later, I believe it was Paul said that to obey slaves, obey your masters.
Yeah.
So we still could have got shit
Explicit.
right. We still could have got shit right. And guess what? We still fucked it up, God.
No,
good job.
even the New Testament, they could have walked away from slavery, tapered it back, but instead they doubled down.
Triple. Twice.
Yeah.
53 times.
Yeah. Be the best slave you can be. Serve your master well.
Yeah. How hard it, because we already did the bullshit 10 Commandments where the first 3 are all about just jacking you off. Why couldn't we
and not even the good kind.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have had one little commandment, an 11th commandment that said, thou shalt not own humans as property?
Well, I mean, God has apparently really low self-esteem, and he needs us to tell him all the time how great he is and how badass he is. And that's the most important thing to do. That's the meaning of life.
And that's not an exaggeration. I don't get what glory, we could fit all the innuendos we want in there, and I'm going to. But what the hell does that mean? Yeah. I want you to show my glory.
I want you to know how truly badass I am.
I'm the badass.
I killed those kids. Fear me.
Yeah.
And so, what were you gonna say?
Oh, well, yeah, I'll just go ahead and say it. I commanded those soldiers to go and rip those babies out of mothers' wombs. Did you see that shit? How fucking asinine is that?
Yeah, we just got through inducing miscarriages last episode.
I want to know where these family values are. Let me tell you, everything that I've read from we just learned how to sell your daughter. So speaking of family values, if you've ever thought to yourself, how many shekels is my daughter worth? We have a book for you.
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys talked about the bitter water last week?
I think we're getting this was
not yet.
It was literally parsing out I think it was trying to tell us what happens if a virgin gets with someone. He has to marry her, but I do know the passage
rapes her.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Look at me trying to apologetic here. But I always bring that. I know a passage you're talking about, and I'm excited because I always bring that up when we're talking about abortion. And the Christians normally are very fast to go, "What? There is no way." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's right here. Look, right here." And they're like, "Oh, well, you guys just have to understand the context."
What are you gonna do? He's an asshole. What else can we say about him? And then, of course, right after that, to the family values. Executing your children if they talk back to you.
And so I'm just going to go over 3 quick points, and then Amaretto is backstage. We'll bring her in. So like seeing other people die. That's the other thing. Or one of the things that stood out to me is that's how you glorify, right? It's do the magic tricks and then they die. Because it's not just do the magic tricks, because he could have just done the magic tricks. Yeah. But the Egyptian sons had to die. The Pharaoh and all those random soldiers also had to die.
They had to get drowned in the sea.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just
for following orders.
Just for funsies. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Everyone in this scenario was taking orders from someone.
Right.
Except for God. He's the only person that has any control in this situation. Moses was told what to do. The soldiers were told what to do. The Pharaoh's heart was hardened and basically was told what to do. Yahweh was just moving pieces on a board.
And they were already out of Egypt. They were well on their way to the promised land, and God then decided, hey, I was having so much fun messing with Pharaoh. Yep. We're not gonna leave Pharaoh alone.
Oh, sorry. You hear me typing. I normally mute. Clickety clack clack clack.
I feel like it's been a while since I drowned a bunch of people. You know, the glory of that flood where I drowned all the babies and everything. It's been so long since I did that.
Mm-hmm.
I need to drown a bunch of people.
And he did actually say he wasn't going to drown the whole world, but then he drowned Pharaoh's. Because after he did the whole flood thing.
Very nice of him. Very considerate.
Very nice of him. But I feel like this is God being like, but you didn't read the asterisk in the fine text. It actually says I can drown select groups of people. So bye. And then he drowns them because that's what happens.
And he enjoys every minute of it.
Glorifying. And okay, moving along, burnt flesh. That was the other thing that stood about this. You can see this whole sacrifice thing. Like I joke on the Christians because to me, like the whole human sacrifice thing is escalating things to another level.
Yeah.
Because you could see the whole story with what's it called, trying to sacrifice his child.
Abraham.
Like Abraham. You could see where they were setting up that mentality because that is the point of that story is that do you love me more than your child? And once God confirmed that he loved his God more than his child, he's like, okay, you don't have to kill the kid. And so you can see where they're setting it up. But it's just
may I jump in there real quick?
Absolutely.
That's actually as a father, that's my favorite story to discuss in that little book. I'll keep it brief, but I'll tell you right now, even if I was still a believer, I was a believer for more than 30 years. If a God, even the God that I believed in back then, would have ever had the audacity to ask me to kill one of my 4 kids just to prove love or loyalty or whatever, just like when I first jumped on, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm not, no,
Ramen. No
way. And what that does, 2 things, is it proves the complete narcissistic, self-obsessed and impulsive nature of this God. And then these son of a bitches that are continuing to write this book then try to use that as a prophecy for why another human should be brutally murdered and sacrificed and murdered. Like, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
It's all to stroke his ego. That's the only thing it could be for.
And they hate this term. When I say this lightly, tell me if I'm crazy. Am I insulting?
You're crazy.
But thank you. Isn't it kind of blood cultish? I mean, they're saying we have taken this man, and I always say, well, why is it good that they killed Jesus? And they're like, Amy, you don't understand. He was perfect. He was the perfect sacrifice. I'm like, that. So he was really nice. Right. That's what makes it good. He was the nicest person. That's somehow there's like a nice-o-meter where it's like this is a horrible thing, but he gets so nice that killing him, and then that blood, literally that blood, is the reason for why other bad deeds that we have done in life are resolved. That blood on his death. So am I crazy on that analogy, or?
Well, that's why I say it's like saying liquidate death row, but it's okay. Just put some people in there who aren't criminal, who are innocent. Would that be okay? Would that make it better?
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, when we start to break it down, what the fuck are we really doing there, right? And then if we want to talk about morality issues, and that this God specifically is supposed to be the grounding of all morality.
You're right.
Guess what? First of all, there's nothing about that's moral. But when you just dig into it, even if we apply it to today's judicial judicial system. I can't get it out.
Judicial.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so amped up I can't even talk straight. That would not even be moral, because there's no way. I'm a man. If I fuck up, I'm not asking any other man to pay for my fuck up. I don't want them to be accountable. I want to be accountable for what I did or what I said or how I treated somebody. And I think it's completely immoral to even have this substitute to try to take my place. I think that diminishes the whole sovereignty and holiness part of that whole act.
And can I just add on to it? And once again, tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't this a literal scapegoat? Like, this is killing the goat so that we are bad. I cheated on my wife. Whoopsie. But it's okay because I went to the guy up there. They make fun when I say up there, wherever. And it's okay. Barbara, look, Barbara, I know I had sex with the waitress, but you need to understand. I went in on Sunday, I got on my knees, and I found Jesus. Just in time, too, because that Barbara was good at her, or that little lady was good at her knees, too. So it's a good timing. So,
yeah.
But it just doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, because along those lines, us just talking here in this conversation as atheists, we're going to burn in hell. But somebody like a Charles Manson or a name your serial killer, they
Ted
can
Bundy.
Ted Bundy, BTK,
Captain Crunch,
Jim Gacy, you line them up. If they on their deathbed, all the damage they did to not just the people they killed, but the families involved, the friends involved, they can still go to heaven.
Yeah.
They can still go to heaven.
Get that ticket.
It could be after he's strapped to the electric chair. Ted Bundy could say, "God, I'm sorry." God would say, "Okay, you're in."
Yeah.
Count Chocula.
And the last thing, going back to the cross and the sacrifice and everything, even so, before Jesus ever went to the cross, he said, "I have the ability to both pick up my life and lay my life down and then pick it up again." So what sacrifice did you make, bro? If you can both lay down your life and then turn around and pick it up, you didn't sacrifice a motherfucking thing.
Right.
Because you knew going into it that it wasn't a sacrifice.
Yeah,
you
had a really shitty weekend.
That's
basically
Matt Dillahunty's always says is, it's a really shitty weekend. But
You
then
die on Friday, you're back on Sunday.
Not only do you come back from the dead, but you get to reign as supreme leader of all the universe. It's
you get to be God.
Yeah, for a bad weekend. Okay. I mean, it seems actually like not a sacrifice, but a good deal. Is that?
And they've never really explained how that works. That, well, if Jesus paid the penalty for our sins, and the penalty for sin is to burn in hell for eternity, then wouldn't Jesus have to burn forever? How could God then make a special loophole and say, okay, Jesus just has to go down there for a couple days, and then, that's it?
The whole Jesus being in hell at all is a funny concept, just with their own theology. But
because the Bible says that hell is where God isn't.
Well, I guess he is if he's everywhere, right?
Exactly.
Well, but that's where then if you not to take us on a whole nother path, but I've been this particular part. I've been between Easter and all the shit with my Christian ass family, and then all the shit that's happened this week with other friends and whatnot. Even if we rewind it all the way back to Genesis, and we're talking about this perfect God making a creation that could only know the perfect creation and being created perfect. How does, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, if we look at the three laws of logic, it doesn't even make sense that a perfect God could create something that has the possibility of being imperfect, because it doesn't know imperfect. Yeah. So it violates the law of identity,
non-contradiction,
and
excluded middle.
Thank you. Yep. I was trying to get them out. I'm talking too fast. But it just logically doesn't follow. Yep. So then when we fast forward back to the crucifixion and the supposed resurrection, none of it makes sense. None of the fucking shit makes sense.
And God knew, he knew when he put Adam and Eve in the garden that they didn't know right from wrong. They didn't really know much about anything, and he just left the door wide open for the devil to come in and trick them, because he knew that the devil was smarter than they were. It would be easy for him to trick them, and he did.
And okay, I'm going to talk about one last point, and then we'll bring Amaretto in. It was just, you said tyrant. So just that word comes up in my mind often with this guy. Their version of objective morality, to me, seems like might makes right, which really isn't that objective. But
he's like Kim Jong-un of North Korea. He's like a dictator.
I mean, everything is going to his plan, and the one times that humans actually came together and we're making peace, he's like, yeah, that's kind of not my thing, and smacked the tower down. And then they started babbling, apparently. So
for his own glory, though.
For his own glory.
Yeah. Praise God.
Praise God. And okay, we'll go back into open discussion in a minute, but moving right along, Amaretto, we have been skeptic and ranting on Was Passover moral? How are you, and what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. Schoolwork's kind of taking me out tonight. It's I struggle a lot with the morality of it, especially, like, I'm not full-blown atheist, but at the same time, it's funny because I have something called borderline personality disorder, which is actually more of like an emotional regulation disorder, is probably the better name for it. And there's some of the stuff that I've seen when I was really, really bad and really hurtful and harmful to other people. And I see that reflected back in this, and lots of manipulation and just negative, toxic behavior. And, that's why I said in chat before, is like, God kind of sucks. Jesus is kind of, like most boomer parents, God sucks and his child is better. I don't think it was moral at all. I don't think that, killing people should be, the norm. I don't think that, trying to set yourself up to be a savior, should be, given glorified. Glorified and given into. It's like it's I'm a parent. We have a phrase like, the old phrase, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, when your God is acting like a toddler with a temper tantrum, it's that kind of same thing. It's like, no. Even though, yes, in theory, divine power and stuff. But I mean, if you look at it like throughout history too, in different cultures, a lot of the gods were very fickle and just power corrupts, it's kind of, it's funny because even though like a lot of these cultures, were around before Karl Marx, like you kind of see, echoes of, Mark's theory. Oh, Jerry's here. Oh, Jerry, you'll appreciate this. Oh. I slayed the demon.
Yeah, you found it.
It actually wasn't supposed to have a battery in it. It was taken down and everything else. So I spent like 30 minutes in the laundry room following the sound. So I figured Jerry might appreciate that. I was given misinformation. I was told, no, it's part of the thermostat. And then I did research and I was like, no, that is not. Anyways, you see the dynamics in various cultures where, power is corrupting, the Greek gods. And because I was into, ancient Greece as like as a child, as a kid. And, my name, my legal name is Cassandra. So I'm inspired by name is like, a prominent figure in like, the story of Troy, so to speak. But the Greek gods were definitely very almost reminds me of how, God is, especially in like the Old Testament, and, very fickle, very kind of crazy, to be honest. Oh, and Bird, I just saw your comment. Sorry. I'm like, I had psychology and anatomy and physiology. So I'm like,
Yay.
yeah.
And so thank you so very much, Amaretto. Also, it looks like you drew the attention. That's right, Amaretto started joining our awesome Skeptic and Rantings. Welcome, Sunflower. Welcome, Ontangelo. Oh, actually, I think she's somewhere in between.
We have Otangelo.
We have Ontangelo. How are you doing? And Iron Charioteer. Loves all three out there.
Yeah, Sunflower. I'm not an atheist. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Sunflower's a Christian, so.
That's debatable.
Uh-oh. Fighting words.
We'll take him at his word, but you never know. Right?
And okay. We're having fun. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Was Passover Moral? Tobin, how are you? And what are your thoughts?
I'm doing well, and thank you for letting me join in.
Welcome back, Tobin. Good to see you.
Thank you. I think it's completely immoral. I think it's disgusting. It's blood magic. It's superstitious nutbaggery. Yep.
Woohoo! Nice and clear and concise. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So, anyone have any thoughts? Anything come to their mind? If not, I'm going to keep on moving down.
Who we got next? Nick?
We got... Well, Oz, you about to say something?
Just real quick in the chat.
Absolutely.
In the chat, I can't remember. Somebody said something about Jesus. As soon as we can identify, substantiate, or locate any good evidence that would support that there was a Jesus, that it's the Bible character Jesus that was divine and walked and died and rose from the dead, I'll buy that story. But until then, it's a mythical creature, mythical being, just like many of the Greek gods before him.
Yeah, but how many of the Greek gods talk to trees? I mean, that you got to admit, Jesus is pretty badass.
Maybe to you.
That was sarcasm.
Or
yeah.
Okay.
Do like Thor, especially Fat Thor.
I'm Fat Thor.
But I love reptiles. I love snakes. So I do like the idea of a talking snake. But come on now.
Well, see, that's my lemon test. I really like to ask Christians, do you believe that the snake had vocal cords? Their answer is always, well, God. I mean, he could do anything.
Exactly.
But it's like, that's not what I asked. I said, do you believe that the snake was speaking close to English or Latin or whatever? Could he have had a conversation and be like, sup, dog? That's what I want to know.
Listen, it's God. He doesn't have to explain it. If he wants to let a snake talk with magic, he can do it.
And then let's one-up it, and let's set a bush on fire, and let's have the fucking bush talk too.
I do that every night, but
that's right.
Not quite what they're speaking of.
All right, I'm done. I'll shut up.
And hello, Smitty. Welcome. I know he has this thing against fig trees. I had to read that twice.
Yeah.
No. He was talking about figs. Not that any other F words I also love and adore.
Well, really quickly, what happened was Jesus was walking with the disciples, and he was really hungry and he was tired. He looked up a ways away. He saw a fig tree, and he went running up to the tree, expecting to get a fig. But when he got there were no figs because it wasn't fig season, and he got pissed off, and he killed the tree for the crime of not bearing him figs. For his glory.
I don't know why he didn't make it fig season, but that's kind
There you go. Yeah, why couldn't you just conjure a fig out of nowhere? But he decided to punish the tree.
And before God hates figs?
Yeah, he
I
seems
guess
to have a personal grudge. I know it's kind of random, but a lot of things in the Bible are. So
See, Westboro Baptist Church got it wrong. It wasn't God hates figs. It was God hates figs.
Pigs, exactly right. Yep.
So when you go to
Exactly.
heaven, make sure you're not carrying some fig Newtons in your pocket, or God will get pissed off.
Yeah.
Is that fig Newtons in your pocket? Or are you just excited to see me?
Both. Hello.
Woohoo!
Oh my goddess.
It's
And
like his
okay.
kryptonite.
We are Skeptic and Ranting on Was Passover Moral. Have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Sending all love to you on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Don't forget to tag me at Amy Newman, and I'll bring it up on screen and even try and read it. And okay, so we're moving down. Nick, we are Skeptic and Ranting on Was Passover Moral. I may be jumping on him. I think he might have just went away. I'll bring him in and say hi, and if not, we'll see.
Nicholas.
Nick, are you here?
I
We are
am.
Skeptic and Ranting on Was Passover Moral. How are you tonight, and what are your thoughts?
I'm doing well, and my thoughts. Nobody's gonna like this. Yes, it was.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, those are my thoughts. I am a divine command theorist, which is to say that, I mean, first of all, it wasn't in the, well, it really depends, but for the most part, I say yes, and the reason is, if you ask if it was moral, you have to assume, of course, that it happened. And once we're saying that it happened, it does depend a bit on how you view God and what you think God is. But the reality is, it seems to me that if there were a being that were capable of creating the entire universe, capable of creating logic, capable of creating, in fact, multiverse, all the rules of absolutely everything, its intelligence is so vast such that I have absolutely no framework with which to judge what it does in any context. For all I know, yeah, human beings here are starving to death at what, 17 a second for children in Africa, something like that. But for all I know, there's an afterlife that really does in some meaningful way exonerate it. I have absolutely, my intelligence is nowhere near what would be required to judge something like that. So if it were real, if it actually happened, I don't know how one would judge it. So even though I am not a Christian, I don't believe in God, I am a divine command theorist, which is to say that I think there's no grounds on which we have the tools to object to God. Having said that, somebody brought up objective morality, and I'm actually getting into that discussion with somebody on Twitter right now. And my argument is this: okay, presumably Christianity is the only grounds to objective morality, but if we grant that there is a God, and if we grant that He has created an objective morality, it is crystal clear to me none of us have access to it. Everybody disagrees on what the Bible means. 3,000 mutually excommunicative sects of Christianity, they all disagree, and they speak as one unit when they talk about Christians, but they speak as 3,000 different sects when they talk about the fact that they're going to heaven and all the others are going to hell because they don't do sinner's prayer, because they believe they're justified by faith alone, whatever the objection. So if such an objective morality existed, the fact is we can't access it. It is completely invisible to us, and there is no difference between the invisible and the non-existent. So if there's this objective morality, so what? I've seen no evidence any human being alive has ever accessed it, which A, suggests it's not there, but at a minimum B, it doesn't matter if it's there or not. Christians have no market on morality above and beyond anybody else because they can't access it. So those were my two comments.
Well, fortunately for everybody, he's not real, so it's kind of academic. But
that's what makes it academic, and so people get ticked at me for the divine command theory. But I was just like, look, give me one grounds on which you think.
I want to push back on that a little because so you're saying it's divine command theory. I want to first say that when this was what divine command theory is basically morality comes from God. And yeah,
he says it's okay by definition.
If he says it's automatically moral.
Okay.
That really doesn't make sense to me. First, this was written when there was an afterlife. So God is actually just being a douche to be a douche here. Like, he's not judging people. He's not. This is it. As far as we know, Pharaoh Bling Bling. As far as we know, the pharaohs lived and died, and that was it. They got tortured by Yahweh, and that was it. And I want to push back on also this. We don't have the IQ to understand it. This reminds me of it's so evil and cruel that if you have the IQ to understand it, it would make sense. And that to me is like trying to push it in such the opposite direction that it comes back around. It's like, why would it be to the idiots? It looks really immoral. Like, it has to be some sort of like 5D chess. That's almost the argument, is he's playing 5D chess, and it only looks stupid and evil over here. But if you could see the larger picture, it wouldn't be stupid and evil. And all I'm left saying is saying, okay, but I can't do 5D chess, and from my point of view, it looks stupid and evil.
Well, and I think it's okay to have your own point of view, and I think we all have to have them. But to judge a being that created the chessboard, created all 5 dimensions plus the 27 after that, that created logic, created morality, created all of this, and ostensibly in some existence outside of our own, I have no tools for which we know what 4%. We understand 4% of this universe alone. Let alone what would have to understand. And none of us can even understand it. We only understand it because we have the ability to write and retain information. So none of us can hold 1/billionth of the sum of human information as we have now. Now tack onto that the information we don't have, tack onto that an entire existence so intelligent it was able to create us like that.
I agree, but aren't you saying though that it could be moral? You're just saying that it could be in the 96% that it could be moral, but in this 90 other 6%, it may actually be that he was immoral the whole time. Couldn't it be? And I know Oz wants to say something.
I think we wouldn't have the ability. Keep in mind, by the way, I mean, I agree with the logical contradictions problems. I think the logical problem of evil proves that God cannot be both good, all-powerful, and all good. Cannot be both. And the reason is because I don't think he's bound by logic. He couldn't possibly be bound by logic. He created logic. Ergo, could God slice a piece of bread thinner than God could slice it? Absolutely. Of course he could. I don't understand how he could, but he created logic. He created the unity. Of course, he's not bound by any of it. That's what omnipotent means. Could God teach us morality that can only be taught through the employment of evil, by us having free will? Could he teach us that without using free will? If the answer to that is no, then he is not omnipotent because he is bound by the rules of logic. If the answer is yes, then why do we have evil? We cannot possibly have it because he shouldn't be bound by those rules. One of those two must be false. Now,
but I mean, go finish.
Well, no.
I actually agree with your last bit there. I agree with
that. Almost seems contradictory with, okay, so what about my previous claim that we can't understand it? Well, that's why I don't think so. To actually say I will say, I think it is to say I'm a divine command theorist is a slight misnomer, and the reason is I agree that what divine command theory actually means is what he says is moral. What he commands is moral by default, sort of a priori. What I'm suggesting is whatever he says cannot possibly be measured in terms of our own morality. It just absolutely cannot be. It is like an ant trying to fathom a human being. And when we decide that we're going to move an ant hill or whatever we're going to do, there is absolutely they are incommensurate. The idea of morality is incommensurate with anything that we could possibly measure against a God. He would understand so much more.
And Nicholas, and I know you're, I know you're playing devil's advocate and doing the thing right now. I think, right?
No, I mean my view is if there were a God, that would be my position. I don't think there is a God, so I am arguing. It is true. I'm arguing an intellectual position.
Back on that.
Okay, so you're going with an if. I got you. Okay.
It is my view, but it's based on there is a God, which there isn't, in my view.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Amy, it's your show. Go ahead.
No, well, I would just push back a little bit that too, because a lot of times what we call it's become the classic theism is what they like to take that on board and then run for it, because it could be possible that there is a God that is not omnipotent. Like, there's a whole bunch of pantheon gods. In fact, the majority of gods, before they all kind of became this amalgamation into the one holy God, you know, they were very human. They had flaws, they had ups and downs, they were having sex and doing things. So I guess Yahweh kind of.
I mean, Zeus was a man. Zeus was a man whore, you know, in Greek, in Greek mythology and stuff. So yeah, I mean, the gods definitely were not perfect beings in very many cultures.
Exactly.
But
and I
mean,
struggle.
He's a contrived.
Oh, sorry, James, you cut out.
No, finish, Amy.
Well, no, and we are in the point of the Bible in my Bible study where he's his most human. Like, he's angry, he's vengeful, he's jealous. He says his name is jealous. And I know, like, in version 2, I feel like they're just trying to, like, gloss everything over. They're taking, like, a butter knife and they want everything to go away. But this guy, if he is the author of morality, I would like to know why it appears to, we call ourselves, in one hand, the theists are like, how dare you say we are not the most intelligent life forms on the planet, and not all theists, but how dare you not look down, and the other, they're like, how dare you not look up to that other supreme intelligence, and it's like, so are we super smart? Are we idiots? Are we? Actually, we're both. But
both, exactly.
Well, I do want to say something to what Oz had said earlier, just because. So
Sure.
I have plenty of objections to divine command theory when it's used as an argument for why you have to follow God. That's the jihadist argument. Anything God commands is. And when everybody believes in divine command theory, and since there's so many competing religions, that's when you have these problems. But my argument is, if there were a God, I don't think there is a God, and that's why we have these problems, because everybody thinks that their God is real, and everybody applies divine command theory.
Boom, roasted. And that's why I want to jump in there, because that the divine command theory, and then well, you can even take it down to the Kalam cosmological argument that both Islam and Christian Muslims and Christians use. It's okay. All that's cool. Like it's cool that you have all that knowledge and you studied, but you are still then therefore presupposing a God. We still don't know that the God exists. And that's where most precepts hate talking to me, because I won't even entertain all of that shit until we talk about the God claim. Where is the God? We need to know that the God exists before we can get to all the things you said and the whole presuppositionalist argument. They're completely invalid and complete bullshit until we can demonstrate that God exists.
That's exactly right.
But that's why, as soon as you ask me, was Passover moral, you, in that question, you're assuming Passover happened. So if you're going to assume it happened, then I have to believe that some version of the Abrahamic God is true. And since I think if that were the case, divine command theory would be a very
absolutely.
Then I'd say, yeah, you can argue the morality of it, but I don't think it happened. But that's why. So the question was.
That's a good point.
Great point.
That's why I answered it the way I did.
I'd like to push back on that, though. I mean, I can read the Bible and make my own subjective opinion on it that it is immoral. I mean, the story that is written itself has immoral practices in it. I can say that it is an immoral story. I'm not accepting that it's true. I'm still saying that it's not true, and just because it's written as a story, it can still be.
I think that's true.
I guess, like,
the question wasn't the story of. The question was Passover.
Yeah,
Amaretto want to say something, or
yeah,
want to say something?
I guess, like, it also depends too on, like, if we're having, like, what's the standard of morality, because while I think most of us agree, the actions, yes or not, don't fit in within our moral standard. Is our moral standard the that we as a group here on this stream have? Is that the mean? Is that, like, where is that the line? Or are we holding God to a higher standard than, you know, we hold ourselves and stuff like that too. You know, there's a couple of different things, I guess, that can come into play with that. You know,
Hey,
just something I was
Amy,
thinking
I have
about.
to say this.
Torch.
I have to say this before it gets any further. Sunflower, you need to stop with the personal attacks and quit being a fucking asshole. If I see that shit again, I will ask Amy to remove you. That's bullshit. Quit doing that shit.
And yeah, I will say.
Yeah, that's
so-
that's not cool. I just saw that comment.
Ad
Yeah.
hominems generally mean that the person, and I'm not doing this when I'm in a debate, I like it when the person ad hominems me because it means my point just sunk and they have no rebuttal.
But that's not an ad hominem.
Not-
He's
now-
personally attacking
Now
this
hold
guy.
on. Now that doesn't mean you should ad hominem. I'm saying that that's taking that with what you just said because you shouldn't do it because that
Okay.
means that if you're ad hominem, then you don't have something nice to
Listen,
say.
I will ad hominem the turfs on Twitter all I goddamn want because they're
well-
turfs on Twitter.
They are turfs, and that's not an ad hominem. They think that's an ad hominem, but if you are a trans exclusive radical feminist, be a trans exclusive. I'm a tranny, be a turf. Say what you are, and we'll be okay. That's all you gotta do. Okay, and I just want to say, I would say that if God was true, because I do, this whole point of this episode is actually to assume that the story did happen, even though we don't think that it did. Like we're now asking, no, because we basically had it ever since I've read the Passover story. I'm going to say this over and over. It's been stuck in my mind because the Hebrew school classes, the Sunday school classes, they romanticize it. They make it to where the Pharaoh really must have been some sort of asshole and God was saving these Israelites. But it was like, no, this was the stage set by God. And he was doing this so he could glorify himself. I mean, he asked him straight up. It's not like I'm atheist straw manning. This is what he said. And if God appeared in front of me, I don't think that would suddenly make the firstborn Egyptian sons moral. I think what would happen was I would probably die. I would have to say, clearly this guy is stronger than me. He's more powerful. I mean, that I have to admit, if he's creating universes and all this stuff. But I would need him to very slowly and clearly explain like what the bigger picture was, like where this fits into the story. Like we killed the Egyptian sons and that ended up, it would have been super polio if we hadn't killed all those kids. And
let me make a possible
'cause I said a lot.
analogy. You have a dog that breaks its leg. In order to heal the leg, you have to set the bones. So you grab the dog, it's going to try to bite you because it doesn't understand what it's doing, and you don't have the ability to teach it what you're doing. Nonetheless, you cause it immense pain, and you set the bone, thereby saving its life. You have absolutely no way of explaining yourself to that dog. Multiply that relationship by 1 billion orders of magnitude, and you are still nowhere near where an Abrahamic God, as thus described, would ostensibly be. I have no idea on what grounds I could tell that God to explain itself.
I
Right.
agree in that
Hold on.
situation. And just let me say this, and I'll hand it over to you, Oz. I agree in the situation you just said. I just took Moonlight, my pet, to the vet. And it's like traumatic to me because they're freaking out. But then you have to put in the back of your mind, I'm taking them to the vet so that they can get the best that science can handle. I have knowledge that they don't. If it is that situation, then I agree with you.
Mhm.
But here's where my biggest difference is. You basically are saying it's the chance. There is a chance out there that he is wiser than us, that he is smarter than us, and that there is a reason. I'm saying there's only a chance. And until he could show me with his omnipotent powers why it is the 5D chess that it is, I can only sit here and say it looks like you're just torturing people. If that
Right.
makes trying to square that circle.
Because he's a contrived being, so you can give him whatever attributes you want him to have, and you can just arbitrarily give him the attribute that everything he does is moral, but he's still not real. You
And
can
so-
give him whatever you want.
I think Oz and Nicholas want to. I think Oz wanted to say something. I think Nicholas, you want to respond, and then we're going to bring in Atheist Junior and Peter. So you guys, back to you guys, and then we'll bring them in.
Yeah, mine will be quick. If this Abraham God were to exist or be able to have an impact on my reality, and if the Bible is true and he is sent his son to seek and save the lost, there has to be somewhere within the laws of logic. I have to be able to understand and communicate with this God if I'm going to pray and have a relationship, a personal relationship, like the Bible talks about, to do that. And if that is not possible because he is so vastly more intelligent, smarter than I am, that's a creator flaw. That's not my fucking problem.
That's how he designed it. That's on him.
That's a good argument. I think that's a
how
good
he
argument.
made it.
Well, I think because I don't want to. We could probably go in circles. I think it's a fascinating topic, and I've had this discussion more than once. In my view, I mean, again, you'd still have to make some assumptions to even make that argument. And now, again, if I had made the dog, ostensibly, I could make the dog capable of understanding what I say and do. Now, the dog doesn't actually know that what you're doing is necessarily for its benefit. So, again, that we don't know or understand, in my view, with such a disparity between our ability to understand and that of the God that is described in Passover. I mean, that's and it certainly strikes me as a horrific being. But on the flip side, I don't understand one billionth of it. So I think now there was an argument I was going to make, but I've spaced it. So maybe just what was I was going to. I'll probably end up repeating myself. So I don't remember what was the other. But since I think that the Bible is obviously fake, I don't think it's too. Oh yeah, okay. I do this exercise on occasion with atheists because Hitchens once said that he knew atheists who missed their religion like a missing limb, the phantom limb, and they terribly miss it. I'm one of those. I used to believe, I don't, and I still miss it. And he said he couldn't understand this. And the argument that I always say is, imagine what in your mind would be a heaven enough to forgive everything that's happened here. What would that be like? What? And the people who say they can't imagine it, I'm like, you can't be trying. I mean, you must be able to. Maybe one where a lot like the Christian heaven, but maybe different. Maybe who knows? But can you not at least imagine one? And then if you can imagine one, yeah.
Yeah, I just that's very interesting to me because being a former 30-year believer. I'm sorry, Amy, if I take this off the list.
No, hey, having good conversation.
When you say that there's not that you miss all of it, but that you miss it, that's very intriguing to me. What is it that you miss?
I miss the idea that there was something that could make all of this better. So, for example, you'd get up to heaven and maybe discover that all souls that were here came here by choice and had said, you know what? Yeah, I know there might be a situation where it sucks ass, but I want to experience this, and then got to go to heaven. And now I didn't believe that actually really anybody truly went to hell. So my beliefs were somewhat different. I believed in kind of a Judeo-Christian belief, but I did not believe in the literal Jesus Christ as written. I did not. So I believe there was a Judeo-Christian God, but it's a lot nicer was the belief that I held. And so what I miss is the idea that, yes, somehow all injustices would eventually be tallied for. And that includes things from genocides to, oh my God, someone just cut me off in the car. I'm going to be mad for 60 minutes. Hey, when there's a God that at the end is going to tally that, you let that go. And I'm just sitting there going, I miss that certainty. I miss I miss a lot of it. So, but I also was not. I was just like, look, if you take the Bible seriously, you're doing it wrong. that was me.
So I'll stop there, and maybe when I'm on your show here in a couple of weeks, let's dive into that because
that'll be a good one.
There may be one little thing, and that would be my friends. Other than my friends, there's nothing else that I miss. There's not a thing about it that I miss. So I think that'd be a great conversation. So we'll stop there.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. Great idea.
And it's always interesting to me that I grew up without the there's a missing link in that the Jews just don't have an afterlife. And though my parents somehow absorbed it, my mom, if I ask her, she'll be like, well, I don't know if a God exists, but I just want to go to heaven. I'm like, that is not a Jewish thing. Where do you even? And so it just becomes like a culture.
Your mom, I think, said something to me once, like years ago. I think it was the night that we were like all over and went over to the pool or something like that at your brother's house when he lived in the same area. But I think she said something like just the hardships and stuff that you were going through being trans. I think she's kind of like actually started to not believe in God in a sense because of what
she did take it hard.
Yeah.
She took it hard. I'll be honest. I think she takes me telling her I'm an ex-Jew a little bit harder. And she looks at me like, but come on. And I'm always like, well, what do I get by being a Jew? And she's like, well, come on. I'm like, well, what? And she's like, well, come on. I'm like, that is not an answer. Telling me come on is not an answer.
I think in the case of your mom, I think your mom just doesn't believe, as strictly by the text. And I think,
they don't read the text. They don't.
Yeah, I think your mother is kind of becoming a little bit more of like Jewish light agnostic. Just based the.
Are you saying she's just Jewish? I'm here all night first. Tip your waitress.
Oh dear, no.
Yes, tip your waitress. I've been out of work for a year. I need all the tips I can get. But yeah, it's.
I sent your tip to Ken Hovind.
Ouch.
And okay. Say your point, Amaretto, and then we'll bring in Atheist Junior.
I was just gonna say, just based upon talking with your mom, and there's also a couple of other people I know where that's kind of becoming more of a thing. I think it's like the belief that there's something there. I think we're kind of seeing a more of a shift towards less strict doctrine, and I think this has even been shown like in American culture, like more and more people are becoming like identify as spiritual versus religious. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but just food for thought. Something I was kind of thinking of when you were, just talking about your mother.
My mother.
It's interesting. If you look at religion, you look at a lot of the people who get caught up in it. Is there a lot of broken people in that religion? There are a lot of people who don't have really a lot. They have all sorts of problems, and I guess it helps them to feel better that somebody up there is watching out for them and somebody loves them and takes care of them. And don't worry about it. No matter how big you screw up in this life, no matter what stupid things you do, it's okay because it all starts over in heaven. It's like all the mistakes you made can be, every screw up you ever did won't matter anymore. God's going to forgive you. And there you go.
And it's why I rally so hard about the concept of an afterlife. I think it's actually a negative. I think it's a short-term good because you believe that your pet, your loved one, your best friend, you're going to get to see them again.
Right.
But I think it's a long-term harm because I think you make you're more casual on decisions than if you just thought this was your one time, the one and only shot that you got in life. And I know I get pushback from theists all the time. They say, what am I really missing? Is my life really that much different? Why can't I just believe? And it's like, well, you may just believe all science and you don't have any negative side effects or whatever you want to call it at all. But it could be that you hate gays just because not because of your feelings, but it says so in this holy book. And you're one of those Christians that doesn't say it's just the Old Testament.
How much damage has been done by give no thought for the morrow? Just that one line.
Yeah.
Even though a lot of times the message can be good, a lot of us, like me and Amy, it doesn't matter how good the promise is. We just want to know if it's real. It might sound good, but if there's no reason to think it's real, can't just fake it, I guess. Some people can, I can't.
Okay, and we're moving along. Atheist Junior, we have been skeptic and ranting on
Welcome back,
was Passover moral. How are you? What are your thoughts?
I'm good. Is my audio okay?
Sounds good.
to me?
Okay. Well, as for Passover, I'm good. I'm quite excited tonight because I was watching Kent Hovind's channel earlier today.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
And I have officially been featured on Whack an Atheist.
Woohoo!
Congratulations.
That is a badge
Thank
of
you.
honor. That's
Thank you
an
very much.
accomplishment.
I'm quite proud. Thank you. And Passover. Passover, I can sum up the events of it in one sentence. God kills a bunch of babies except for the Jewish ones. The end.
Yep.
But he
So-
kills them for his own glory, so he's
Well,
he's a real badass going around killing kids.
If you were the most incredible being in the universe, you would clearly need glory and need to, you would be insecure about your glory and need it affirmed and reaffirmed.
And the best way to do that is to kill people,
Right.
Exactly. Kids,
Well,
too.
he's a loving God.
especially kids. Yeah, but justly and lovingly, yes.
And by the sword, too, being split open by swords, like in 1 Samuel 15.
Listen,
Well-
God has many, many ways of killing people. He brainstorms them all the time. He's always coming up with new ways to kill people.
But he specifically seems to like to use methods that are painful when he wouldn't have to.
It's more fun.
Drowning. Yeah, drowning is probably the worst way to die.
Yes, it is.
But he's quite creative. like you
I'd
said.
say no.
Really?
Yeah, I think burning alive is much worse.
Well, one of the worst.
Yeah.
One of
Burning alive, you usually suffocate within about 10 seconds, so you don't feel it, which is the only blessing.
Yeah. As bad as that is, for me, like drowning, just because it could mean like being in the ocean for like hours, struggling until your head slowly doesn't go above the surface anymore, versus a lot quicker of a death. And just knowing that I'm going to die is worse than actually dying. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a tough one, but
Yeah. You say tomato, I say tomato.
Thank you so very much, Atheist Junior. I agree with a lot of
thank
those
you,
points.
Amy. Thanks for having me on again.
Absolutely.
Good to have you on, Atheist.
And so we'll talk for a little bit longer, and then we will bring in Peter. Any thoughts
All right.
about what was just said?
Well,
Nice, Demaretto.
as for the whole moral discussion, like personally, I kind of find these discussions to be a little bit like, I don't want to say tedious, but I just feel like talking about morals, like in day-to-day life, doing what's moral seems like such a no-brainer. And like a lot of times, it's like, do we have to have a discussion about, is it always wrong to murder babies? Like,
Well, this is
Of
Matt's
course.
point as well, is they make it more, and I'll say this, and I'll hand it over to you, Amaretto, is they make it more difficult than it has to be. Like, you don't wake up and go, should I kill people today?
right, that's what I'm
And
I'm
if you
saying.
do, you have deeper problems than anything that Bible is going to be helping you with.
So is it
Yeah.
ever okay to kill a baby?
It's a tough job, you got to decide which kids are going to get cancer, who's going to die in a car crash. I mean,
Jeez, I don't want to open a can of worms, but I would say that you would have to define baby, and then I don't want to even get into the whole abortion thing. But
How about a 1-year-old? Is it ever okay to kill a 1-year-old?
What if we only allow abortions 3 years old and older?
to do.
well, no, I would say no. If you're talking about murder, like violently killing somebody,
Okay,
ending somebody's life that doesn't have to happen, that's why the definitions are important there. Because if you have like a kid who's
What if
getting
you're doing it for
surgery,
God's glory?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that.
Don't ask a Calvinist.
If
Exactly.
you're doing it to glorify God, maybe it's okay.
Right.
you might think it's okay, but I would say it's not okay.
Well,
No,
but God,
I agree.
I would agree with you. Yep.
And okay, we'll go back into open conversation in a second, but it looks like Peter has thoughts on his mind. So, Peter, we are skeptic, and we're doing a little bit of ranting on was Passover moral. How are you, and what are your thoughts? If I can control my mouse. Woohoo!
There we go. I jumped into
Jesus, take the mouse.
to a few points that were made about half an hour ago. So
That's okay.
My apologies that I'm dragging everyone back because. So I agreed with Tobin. You can actually say whether or not Passover was moral with not believing in a God at all. I mean, we can discuss whether Voldemort was moral, and he's not real. So
I
why
also
can't
agree
we-
with him
wh-
on that.
Why can't we discuss Passover? Because it's a story in a book. So we can still say whether or not that is moral. I would consider it immoral. And you can take me off full screen because my next question would be to Oz.
Nope.
Amy?
Sounds good.
Okay. Oz.
So thank you so very much, Peter. But the floor is still all yours.
Yeah. So since we recently lost an atheist to Islam, mainly because of the Kalam cosmological argument.
Couldn't get past it.
What's your thought on premise 1?
It's bullshit.
Sorry?
It's bullshit.
No, what's your thought on premise 1?
Premise 1 is bullshit.
That everything has to have a cause?
Why is it bullshit?
Because when in that argument, the way they're using it is they're presupposing that a God is attached to the first premise.
Not
They're
trying
to insulate God.
Peter, in this particular situation that you brought up, I was able to listen to many of the conversations when this started, and the way they use it. I'm not saying it's the way everybody uses it. The way they use it is they presuppose a God to the first premise. So by presupposing to the first premise, it's automatically bullshit.
That's not the one that I saw. I actually saw him pull up a screen from Daniel Craig from William Lane Craig. And
Yes.
so the first premise of that is everything that has a beginning has a cause.
Right.
That doesn't slip in God. My beef with that premise would be, can you demonstrate that? Because unless you can demonstrate that is the case, I see no reason to accept premise 1.
Absolutely. If everything was as clean as what you just described, I would agree. But we haven't even got that far because I got to see what happened in private chats, like video and voice chats. I got to see what happened before that, and that is not how that argument was presented. The argument was presented with the presupposition of a God attached to premise 1 beforehand.
That's even worse.
And can I just say that when William Lane Craig dies, it will say William Lane Craig, Kalam cosmological argument. Like that is what it's going to say on his grave.
Absolutely.
Amy,
yes,
Amy, you're starting to sound like Darth Dawkins. Don't do that because I had a conversation with Darth Dawkins, and then a couple of days later,
God, you got insult numbers.
Yeah, a couple of days later, he mentioned that on his Discord server, and I happened to catch that, and he told people that he smoked me and had a lot of fun. And after that, someone brought up Shannon Q, and according to Darth Dawkins, that's not her name.
I don't know why
there was something in front, and then there was Shannon Q, and then at the end there was Duck Lips, and everyone in the Discord server had to say her name that way, or he wouldn't allow it. So I wouldn't add it to William Lane Craig, but
wait, why don't you like that joke? Just because? But he is. That's his shtick.
Yes.
I'm not hate. I mean, I'm ribbing him a little. I mean, among the theist community, he's like top tier. That is like among the theists, they put him on top. I mean, I'm fine. He's a nice guy. I'm just saying.
What would they
that's
put
just-
on? What would they put on Ken Hogan's tombstone? It's still a dog.
I would.
I taught biology for 15 years.
It's still a dog.
His number,
Please.
his cell number.
Just
No,
an apology.
no,
An apology.
No, on his tombstone it would say, "Please water the plants."
Water.
Peter,
Please
did I-
water my grave. Please
Oh.
water my grave.
And I, the other point was that it's basically a game. Like the whole game is to admit you that everything needs to have a cause, so that their God doesn't have a cause. It's like, just if we're gonna take on board everything has to have a cause, what is
And we
the
call
cause
that
to your God? It's like
special
pleading, exactly.
Yeah, special pleading, precept bullshit. But Peter, as I was adjusting my lighting, did I really just hear you compare Amy to the devil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to piss people off, Oz. You should
I
know
still
that by
love
right,
you,
by now.
Peter.
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with pissing people off that deserve to get pissed off. He ain't done nothing. Amy ain't done nothing.
this is friendly banter. I mean, I'm not the person that is used to getting hung up on. I recently called in to an atheist call-in show and got hung up on.
Uh-oh. What was? Oh, I'm not sorry.
I'm not naming any names. The guy who hung up on me, I think it's similar to spaghetti. You could say.
Did he have a purple beard?
Yeah, kind of a spaghetti microphone.
I'm gonna take a guess. Hold on, I gotta remember his name because I've talked to him like once or twice.
I think so.
Oh, Pasta Mike.
Exactly. Exactly. No problem. But so Oz, I didn't get the whole thing, and I'm also not here to discuss everything. I would love to talk to Justin at some point because I think he's making a big mistake. But
and I want to make sure, since we're live and we've talked about this, I want to make sure I'm perfectly clear on my position with everybody, and if Justin sees this, that I'm consistent with everything that I've said. I've been Justin and Tart. We started our channels at about the same time, and we've become very, very good friends. And both Justin and Wes, and even Bryce. I love those guys. I love Justin, and I've even got to know his family. I love Justin's family, and I appreciate them. And just 2, maybe 3 days before all of this kind of came out to public, I spent almost 2 hours just talking and chatting with Justin and his wife about some real life shit. Had nothing to do with the YouTubes. So that's my homie. So I want to make sure that that's clear. Now, am I okay? Not okay. Like he can choose to believe whatever he wants. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. And I've already said it to him and others, so I have no problem saying it. I don't even think that he's believing for good reasons, and I've said that on the record. But at the end of the day, that's my homeboy, like just my homeboy. And for any of these atheists that I've seen on Twitter and on Facebook, the throwing shots, don't be a hypocrite, because there's a lot of you that I've seen taking shots that you're the ones complaining about when people leave Christianity or Jehovah's Witness or Mormonism or whatever, that it's you're taking shots at because they get excluded and abandoned and then they get left for dead, right? And you want to call them out, but then when somebody exits atheism and goes to any form of theism, you're going to try to do the same goddamn thing. Here's what and I'll stop after this. I need 2 things. I need you to shut the fuck up and then hand in your skeptic card. Hand it in. Just hand it in.
I'll be honest. I did make a comment, but I met you on Justin's channel. I also met Justin's wife on that channel. And one of the biggest compliments that I have ever had about my channel came from Justin's wife. He's not my enemy, and I still consider him a friend.
Absolutely.
Even though this happened. So that's why I said I would love to have a talk with him, and I would love to have a talk with him offline, not in public.
So just to get context again, this seems to be a atheist YouTuber has recently converted to Islam.
That is
Yes.
correct. Yeah, so it's well, just put out, because the whole
And
community-
as Oz said, for really wrong reasons. And I've only seen one conversation on a part of a conversation on Justin's channel, and a longer conversation on the channel of the people that he's now hanging out with.
Can I tell you another
who
reason
was
why
it?
Kalam,
Who was it?
well, that converted him? I think he's asking.
Yeah, it's a group of people who have a podcast on YouTube.
Can I?
But who is the atheist? I mean, that's
it's Justin Downing. He's the host of the Empathetic Atheist Show.
okay.
Can I just say another reason why dislike arguments, Kalam and the contingent argument and all this nonsense, is that it's not the reason why the vast majority of theists believe. These are intellectual arguments aimed at just the skeptics and atheists. Almost universally, this is not why. I would be shocked if William Lane Craig is a Christian because of the Kalam cosmological argument. I would be.
I fully agree.
And so that annoys me. It is basically like, sure, they convinced him, but that's what these arguments are there to do, to try and snag the skeptic intellectually. When, I listen to all these different stories of events of people being saved and being in bad events that led them to this. It's never an intellectual battle. This is the rare time that it is, and it was for that reason, because that's what these arguments are there for.
Yeah, and if I could say this, because I do think this, since it came up, I think this is important for whether you're a theist, an atheist, whatever your whatever poison is that that you've chosen. And again, I've already said this to them and publicly, so I have no problem saying this now. Echo chambers are dangerous. They're dangerous because it's very easy to get caught in an echo chamber and slowly be indoctrinated, manipulated, and then kind of bullied and forced into believing something, right? Even though that we might look at it and say there's not really a good reason to believe, they might have reasons that they think are very good to believe from being bullied and pressured, taking that position. So for everybody listening and watching right now, no matter what side of the table you sit on, don't ever allow yourself to get caught in an echo chamber where the only thing you're hearing is what you want to believe.
Yep.
And
You
what
have to be willing to challenge it. Challenge your beliefs.
And Oz, I think you may have picked up the same thing that I picked up when I watched their podcast where Justin was a guest.
Well, and while you're, if I can, real quick, because IQ just said something here. I'm gonna read his post, and I'll tell you what I said to everyone that was involved in the particular chat I was in a night or two ago, and then I'll shut the fuck up. IQ said a friend sticks around when you fuck up. I think Justin's fucking up, but that's on him, and no reason to turn my back on a friend. And IQ, you couldn't have said it better. And my exact words to all of them were, "I'm here," and just like I said to you guys a minute ago, Justin's my dude. That's my homeboy. But I feel like I have to speak up, and I'm gonna say my piece, and then I'll be done after this. But if I don't do this, I would consider myself either a shitty friend or never a friend at all.
Exactly.
So I have to speak.
Exactly.
And I said my piece, and then I literally did my piece out.
Thank you, Oz.
I
Well, no,
I
I'm-
fully
I'm-
I fully
No,
I fully
I
agree
know what he
with you,
meant,
Oz.
yeah.
I mean, if you're true friends, then if you've got something to say, you have to be honest about everything. And if the other one is a true friend, they will accept you for it, and you can have a conversation after that. If that's not the case, then you never were friends. But
Yeah.
if it is the case, that means you've got a true friend. And I've got a couple of those on social media. I mean, I fuck up on a regular basis, and people will come to me and say, "Hey, what you did there, that wasn't cool." But they will do that in private, and we'll have a chat. And 9 out of 10 times, I will see where I fucked up,
Yeah.
and I'll do
Echo
better.
chambers can be dangerous because we've all seen it happen, but if you come home every day and you spend like 2 or 3 hours watching flat earth videos on YouTube, after a month a certain number of people will start to believe it because
Yeah.
that's the world that they're putting themselves in.
You find yourself becoming intoxicated, right? You're by whatever the message of that echo chamber is. The intoxication then leads to the indoctrination, and that's where bad things happen.
Whenever you have a group of people, all of whom have the same basic ideology, whatever that ideology is, the same basic beliefs, it can be anything from vanilla ice cream is the best to God is anything in between. Every time these people in any number 2 or greater sit and talk about that ideology, they will come out believing that ideology stronger than before they started that meeting. Each and every, and it may just be a little bit, it's not noticeable, but every single time. And that's an echo chamber. And
Can I
that's,
tell you, that's why I stopped doing online discussion boards, like arguments and stuff, because I've seen data that actually says that it pushes people in the exact opposite direction. So you're basically spending hours and hours and hours getting people to disagree with you more. And it's like,
Wow.
what the hell am I doing?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if you look, go ahead, Oz.
Go ahead. Nope, go ahead. I've been talking all fucking night.
No,
Just
we
very
love it.
briefly, if you look back to the 1930s and Germany, and you look at the rallies that the Nazis would have, thousands and thousands of people there. Now, we presume that all of them weren't batshit crazy before, but it was only a few years of that they were willing to do some pretty crazy stuff that you couldn't imagine more normal people doing.
Well, when we talk about this, I'm studying sociology right now. Mind you, I know it's like entry level, but they talk about this, when you're part of an in-group, you don't want to ever risk becoming part of the out-group per se. You don't want to become marginalized. You don't want to lose your power in society. So even if it's not something that you agree with, sometimes you'll still go along with it just for self-preservation purposes.
well, and they find a way to reward it too, right? So again, let's go back even to something as benign as the vanilla ice cream example. If you say, you know what, have you guys had vanilla ice cream with real vanilla or French vanilla? You got to, and the people will sit there and say, okay, this guy gets it. He's with the program. So they incentivize always going a step further, and everyone does that for the validation that they get from everybody else in the group. It's actually a vicious cycle, and it can be done on absolutely anything. It's echo chambers are genuinely scary.
Not to circle the same subject over and over, but how do you get to Islam from Kalam anyway? Why didn't he pick Christianity? Why didn't he pick Judaism? Why? I know that it was
probably.
I guess, but I know it's originally a Muslim argument, but it's been now made famous by the Christians, or that's their hot shtick.
It's because Kalam sounds like Islam. That's why.
It's
there you go.
If you spend time, because what I've done through this process, and again because Justin is like he's my again I can't say enough. That's my dude, man. That's my friend, and it's been difficult for all of us, trying to kind of navigate through this. And I've done a lot of research this last week, but I've gotten contact with as many of the ex-Muslims that that we've had on the show, or I've come in contact with to go through the process. What's going on right now. And there is without going into the whole long story, there is a recruitment strategy. And when it was explained to me from two of the ex-Muslims that were very, very involved in their religion, and they started describing, I was like, oh, fucking A, that's exactly what happened. And it actually made me feel shitty as a friend. It made me feel shitty as a friend because what I saw as, he was trying to learn and study and be open-minded and being a skeptic, he was actually opening himself up to that chamber. And now I look back like, God damn, because there's a lot of those groups that I left for some of the same reasons Amy just alluded to. Because I was like, I don't want to be a part of that. Where it's just this is constant disagreement and banter. Like I have my wife and I, with my stepkids involved, we have 6 kids. We run a family. We're doing a YouTube channel. She works full time. I don't have time for all that shit, right? I don't have time. But now I look back and I feel guilty because I didn't step in and help more. But that at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Is there is that ploy or that strategy on their part where they it's and I'm not going to say that part. I'm going to, because we're live.
Well,
I'll say it privately if we ever talk. But there is a strategy to create kind of that chamber where they can get that person in there and then start to deposit their sales pitch.
Well, Islam has a very aggressive prison ministry, so they go into these prisons and they meet with broken people who have literally nothing, a lot of them, and they offer them things that they can't deliver, and it sounds good.
Yep.
Well, I had a question, which is, if it were any other religion, that would be one thing, but with Islam in particular, in general, depending on the sect, they have a very hard time with atheists. So my question is, have you considered what his new beliefs may entail for your friendship going forward?
Well, can I say something real quick? Because I have a friend who is Muslim. His name is Rami. His family is from Jordan, so he's Jordanian, and he knows I'm an atheist. We've talked about it before, and I don't know, he is kind of Americanized, although he has traveled to his home country before. But, I don't know how seriously he takes his religion. I can't really say it, but, it seems like fairly casual. But he has said to me before in text, like, oh, we've talked about how I'm an atheist and stuff, and we'll talk about that. And he says, oh, and by the way, everything the Quran says is true, just so you know. But it hasn't affected our friendship at all. But that's just me personally. That's my experience. So,
well, if we're speaking about Islam, they're just like Christianity. There's different brands and sects, and
right.
And all that, and they are the ones that prefer to be more kind of in the back and peaceful and that kind of thing, and cool that. As long as you ain't hurting people, whatever,
Right.
But there are others that it's totally not that, and that's where for my, myself and Justin, and I'm sure others, many other of his atheist friends, there's going to come that fork in the road because he's it seems that he's bought in primarily based on philosophy, and hasn't really got down to the theology or the doctrines of the said religion, and having a wife and having a family. What does that mean for them? And let's say you hit that fork in the road where it's, if you are a part of the more aggressive or extreme sects,
fundamentalist.
parts of that. What if? And this is where, again, as my friend, where my concern and my worry kicks in is what if you hit that proverbial fork in the road and you realize, like, oh shit, like I get all the philosophy stuff, but this other stuff, like I can't align with this, like with my wife, my kids, like I can't do this, like I can't look at the LGBT plus community like this. I can't do that. And now he has to do an about face.
Start justifying it. Yeah.
Now it's bad.
Dietary restrictions. I mean, like there's all kinds of facets that it goes into.
But when you turn your back on that's a whole nother an apostate and an infidel of that. Now we're literally talking about safety. We're talking about safety at this point. So that's where all this, like the belief, non-belief, whatever. I'm worried about what if, again, reality smacks him in the face in 6 months or a year, and that happens. Now I'm worried about my friend. Now I'm worried about.
And it's worse because you were in the religion.
Yeah.
So now it's
the apostate is worse. Yep. That's the only thing worse than an atheist.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would guess that if he's just converting, that might be one thing. But like I said, my friend, he's got family, like his uncles, who are in the religion. And, I imagine there are Muslims who, if they start to slip up, they have a parent who will, come at them and say, no, you can't marry this person, you can't do this. Or if they're living with that parent that, they could control what they eat. If he has a support network around him that's pressuring him to be closer to what the Quran says, versus if he's just doing this alone and he doesn't have other Muslims around him that are going to check his behavior, I would have to wonder about that, because they can be a huge influence, especially parents and children, especially if it's a daughter. You have like honor killings and stuff like that.
So I just want to ask this, and we'll bring Sunflower in.
Amy, can I just address Oz real quick on what he just said? Oz, can you check your Twitter DMs and see if that's a possibility? I don't want to do this live.
Well, I need to bail. So I'm going to say goodnight, all. And I want to say one last thing before I go.
Not only was it nice having you over, I love your shirt. I just had to say that.
Oh, thank you very much. My daughters gave it to me. They love it when I put it on, and I don't often get a chance to. Yeah, but I wanted to say this, Oz, you will screw up, and you're going to keep going. I can tell just by this conversation. I wanted to say what I've heard has been inspiring, and I am blown away that people can have friends like this. And whether or not he knows he's lucky, I know he's lucky. And it's inspiring. And I hope if I'm ever in any situation like that, I could rise to where you are and deal with my own screw-ups, because they will happen. But it's inspiring. So thank you.
All right. Nick. Well, thank you so very much for coming on here.
Thank you so much.
Woo-hoo.
I would just say
always
it speaks to the power of echo chambers, because we all know there's no good evidence for Islam. There's no compelling reason to believe in it. You'd only do it if you were basically deluded.
And I would say it breaks my heart, but it's not just because it's not Islam. To me, it's just the pick of the flavor. It just breaks my heart because I feel like we're trying. It almost sounds so condescending. I don't want to feel like we're up on high trying to save people, but I mean,
in a way,
I'm going to say the same Joe Rogan quote that I quote so much. You want to know the difference between a cult and a religion? Well, in a cult, the leader knows he's full of shit. In a religion, that guy's dead. That's Joe Rogan. But I know someone who may very much disagree with me, but that's okay. We like that here.
Here he comes. Here he
Sunflower.
comes.
We are
Skeptic, you guys ready?
And ranting. I get the feeling he's here to just give us e-hugs. I feel it. This is the time.
Most likely.
Was Passover moral? How are you? And also, what are your thoughts?
Kumbaya, my lord.
Thank you
Kumbaya.
so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. And I don't want to I don't want to waste too much of your guys' time. It's been an interesting conversation. I know you asked me if Passover is moral, but I more kind of had thoughts on like the discussion.
Sure, either one.
Right. Okay. So I thought one of the most interesting things so far was when that guy Nicholas sort of said, "I actually do miss being a theist." That to me was like powerful, and what I kind of would, my thoughts were from that were, I see a utility in certain things, and maybe even an obligation, because the utility is so strong. In terms of like, okay, well, at a certain age, you should tell a child about tons of important issues, whether it's about like, things die or puberty, birds and the bees, or there's various issues where it's like, if I don't explain this to this child, they will inevitably get hurt more and even maybe do more harm to people, right? So it's almost like an obligation. Now, one of the weirdest things to me has always been like, I hear a lot of atheists, as and sometimes they're very compelling and they make very convincing arguments and their logic is concrete. And then I kind of go, and then sometimes it never does come to this, but when it does come to this, it's like, well, what's the utility in what you're doing? And they say something along the lines of like, well, because religion is just so harmful. And I think that's actually an overlooked thing. It's like, well, are you sure about that? I mean, like, when we live in a world where religion was kind of the pretense, and there's critics of it, and there's people that can poke holes in it, it's like, well, are you sure that you're actually observing religion and accurately assessing it as objectively harmful, or are you maybe just and I'm not talking to anyone specifically in this panel tonight, but for the same reason that when teenagers come of age, they actually just choose stuff that is like taboo or not allowed only because it is that's the appealing part of it, right? It's not like we have an innate desire to like sneak out and go to rated R movies, or like do the things that we see the adults doing. So there's something about that sort of sense of adolescent teenage rebellion. And so I'm not going to say that's all atheism. Of course not at all. And a lot of the people in this panel, if not all, are very intelligent. But I would just say, don't. It's important to distinguish, like, are you actually critiquing religion or God because you actually think it's like purely objectively harmful, or maybe you realize that you have such sound, concrete arguments against it that there's a sort of high you get from poking holes in people's worldview because you know how silly and stupid the things they believe in are. And that's where I'll end my intro.
Well, I would just say, as an atheist now, I look back at the things I believed as a Christian, and I have to shake my head and say, I really can't believe I believed all that. I know I've heard Oz say the same thing. Like, once you take those God glasses off, it's like so obvious. How did you miss it before? But yeah.
Well, I'm not even saying about whether or not it's true or not. I'm saying if all you care about is truth, well, what if the truth results in the most suffering and misery possible for everyone? You just spread the truth anyway?
Well, then that God is not all powerful and not all capable.
No, I'm not invoking the God here. I'm saying from an
It's
atheist
objectively verifiable that religion does harm.
I'd
it
be
is
curious.
harmful.
I'd be curious what we would be rejecting then.
An illusion that gives people comfort. Why would you try to rob that?
Because it is harmful.
Because
Wait.
because the illusion doesn't only give comfort, it also harms people.
Okay, well then that's where this is where it gets interesting, right? So, look, we gotta go step by step here.
And I'd like to elaborate on that last part a little.
Okay, go ahead.
Bless you, Amy.
On March 26th, you were on this channel, and that was on the show called Did Moses Exist?
On March 26th. Whoa. Okay, we're going
Yes.
late. Okay,
At the timestamp, 2 hours, 29 minutes, and about 20 seconds, you responded to a certain question. and I don't think
I'm
it
as
got.
flattered as I've ever been. But go on.
I don't think anyone picked up on this, but you qualified the question as being retarded and autistic. In fact, you said it was the most retarded and autistic question you've ever heard. I'd like to know from you, was that an insult in any way, shape, or form?
What was the question?
Does that matter?
Yo, I didn't realize it was tea time here on Skeptic and Ranting. Oh my gosh.
Of course it matters. Yes, that's my answer. Yes.
Tea time.
So there are questions that are retarded and autistic?
Look, dude.
I'm just asking a question.
It seems like a little bit of a gotcha to me.
I'm just asking.
I'm flattered by the gotcha smear attempt, but without more context, I can't really give you an answer. And you know what? I'll go a step further.
I'm asking you a simple question. Are there any questions that are retarded and autistic? According
If
to
retarded and autistic people statistically ask some questions more often than non-retarded and autistic people do, then yes, there are. Now, look, I'll go a step further than you, though, dude.
No, hold on. You know what? I will go a step further because you know what? My son is autistic. Go fuck yourself. Hands down.
What does that even mean?
That would be my response as well. Where the hell do you think you're coming from? Then you can make a comment like that on Amy's channel.
Well, wait a second, Peter. I'll go. You know what? I was gonna say I'll go a step further and say that I will be the first to say sorry and that I apologize because I am prone to making inflammatory comments. I'll be the first to admit that. I am not at all saying, "Oh, I'm going to double down and like." I don't even know what you're referring to.
You already doubled down just now by asking for more context, which is why I asked.
How is that doubling down?
Which is why
How
I
is that doubling down? I'm asking for more context. That's the opposite of doubling down.
Which is why I asked if there are any questions that are retarded and autistic. First of all, the word retarded. Anyone who uses that word has to be dumb as a rock. Second of all, the person who qualifies a question as being autistic is even dumber.
Okay, can you maybe?
And just a phrase.
Like, I feel bad about that.
Thing. You know,
I'm just wondering why you used it. Who were you trying to insult with that particular
Hold on a
remark?
second. No, you're not wondering that. You asked me if I.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because I personally was insulted by both words.
I genuinely apologize. I'm not kidding. From the bottom of my heart, I genuinely apologize. I have a serious problem. I have a serious personal problem.
You do have a serious problem.
No, I completely admit that I let my emotions get the best of me. I'm nasty, I'm derogatory, and I need to fix that. That is, I will be the first to admit that 100%.
Well, I'm glad a person like you is here to defend Christianity.
I'm not
because
fair enough. That's fair enough.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just real quick, Peter. This is where as atheists, as disgusting as what he said is, and it's ridiculous. And any Christian that will sink to that level of ad hominem attacks and trying to belittle people to try to prop themselves up, yeah, it's bullshit. But if he wants to come on here live and take ownership, let's give him another swing at it and see, instead of being the same as we talked about earlier, doing what we accuse the theists of doing, and just throwing them out the window. And when I say this, it's not comfortable for me. I don't like it because I would love to talk shit right now, but I'm not going to do it because I want to be better. I want to be bigger.
Trust me. I didn't use the words that I would want to use.
I know that.
Yeah, I was going to say, go fuck yourself was me being polite. Amy will tell you firsthand.
Oh, and I can tell you got a little sass. I'm not. I can tell. But here's what we do. We're better. and I don't mean that like we're better than you, but we're better than that. And we'll take the high road until it happens again. So Sunflower, just know after tonight, I'll leave it up to Amy. It's her channel, but after tonight, there's no more ad hominems. There's no more of the bullshit attacks and retards and autism and all that. And if I'm here, I'll help usher your ass out.
This is not 4chan.
I mean, I would
Nope.
just say that we all at one time or another have said really dumb things that we wish we didn't say, and once you do that, the only thing you could do is apologize and try to be better going forward.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
the only thing that I wanted to hammer through is the fact that he absolutely realizes what he did there and how that can be perceived by people, let's say, who have less fortunate members in their family. And this has been simmering for quite a while. And as I said when I came on, I fuck up every once in a while. I'm being as polite as I possibly can right now. But it to me that was a massive insult, not only to me, but I consider that a massive insult to Amy and her channel.
I agree. And Amy and James know that I'll knuckle up. When it comes to their channel, I'll knuckle
snap.
up. You don't want it. You don't want that smoke. You do not want that smoke. Peter, in getting to know you, I know you have a player, but by no means do I doubt that. And Amaru was the first time I've got to be live on screen with you, but I could tell there's some bite there, and that's awesome. That's awesome. But Sunflower, for me personally, I won't speak for anybody else. I will tell you that the first time that I hear somebody apologize, I take it as being genuine. Okay, and so I'm going to listen to you and accept the apology, and you taking ownership and knowing that you have a problem there and an issue there, and communicating with people and being civil. And as long as it doesn't happen again, we won't ever have to talk about it again, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But when and if it happens again, I think you got a whole channel full of people that are going to be in that ass.
Yeah, and maybe just to
With no
to
lubricant.
clarify things just a little bit,
Raw dog.
Sunflower considered this to be as bad as using the N-word. And once you
Whoa, what?
thought about it and
Let
had
me-
some self
I'm not going to agree with
wait,
that,
wait.
but okay.
Let
Say
me
that
just because we're gonna. It's a complicated thing. It's where intention is. I'll say
Yes.
this because I say it a lot. That word I reinterpret because I was in special ed. I was in special ed since middle school and high school. I dislike that it gets associated with autistic because I don't find autism to be. They're different, but they have benefits in other ways that people have negatives.
Right.
The
And
autism,
so-
the hands down thing is the autism spectrum is very vast. And I know
course.
there's at least one other person in this general circle who I think self-identified themselves as being on the spectrum. I'm not going to say who out of respect for that person.
Yeah, we
That's not
know.
my, but yeah. And, you
He's
know, my
open
son,
about it.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say
Yeah,
anything.
and you
but-
don't want to out him. That's fine.
But, you know, it's my son, myself, even my father would be diagnosed on it. And it's just, it's hurtful that people would weaponize that. You know, this is like I tell people, you know, Amy and I still go on 4chan sometimes. 4chan, you know, molded us, but it doesn't have to define us. And some of those hurtful things don't really have a place in proper discussion. You know, I know Amy likes to say she is not PC culture, but there are.
you know, I to comment on that again because it's been slowly taken over recently by the conservatives have been using it. But all being politically incorrect means is using plain language, and sometimes that offends people. The religious people find what we're saying offensive. So
Exactly.
it's both sides. It's that I think you should be able to offend, and I don't think that you should be an asshole. You could be both things. I am not trying to make theists cry. I would cry if I made theists. Like, that is not my goal, is to make people feel bad. It's just I'm trying to come in here intellectually honest, trying to get to the truth, and hopefully if someone else has something that I don't know, then I just learned something new.
Well, so here's the thing. I've seen the word used a lot on social media, and people seem to think that if you're autistic, that means that you're dumber than anyone else. I can tell you that I've met autistic people who are a lot more intelligent than the lot of us in here combined. So
real quick,
and then using it as an insult, just
go ahead, Peter. Sorry,
rubs me the wrong way. Go ahead, Oz.
Two of the most intelligent people and some of the best arguers that I know in the atheist community are autistic, and that would be T-Jump and Shane the Skeptic.
Are they happy?
Yeah, they're happy.
What?
Well, that's the other side of that coin, though. I'm sorry, in my opinion. I can't be silent forever. Like, you can call someone smart all you want. I think there's a positive correlation with being smart and being miserable. So, I mean, not so fast.
Can
you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that?
Everybody,
yes, I can demonstrate that with suicide rates and IQ level.
Hold on. I just put my neck out. I literally just put my neck out.
That's correlation.
I just put my neck out, and then this is what we're gonna do.
Like, nutty the fuck?
I'm good.
Well, what do you mean? This is what we're going to do. I haven't even been allowed to respond. First of all, I appreciate Oz's sentiment, and I actually I tried to apologize, and I did apologize. But at this point, it sounds more like an echo chamber. Like, can I at least formally respond?
Yeah, it's an echo chamber for you not to be an asshole. Yeah, that's it.
And Sunflower, I'll let you respond. My comments were an attack on you, by the way. I'm trying to be peacemaker here. Because I have a unique view on it. I have a unique view, but it always comes down to intent. People know there's two ways that you could say the word fag. And I like the ones that have good fashion. That's the kind that I use.
Wait.
Exactly. The dog fight.
Amy, 3, because you can also mean a cigarette.
Or you can mean a cigarette.
No,
and there you go. It's all about intent. It's all about intent.
I'm having a fag right now.
Okay,
there you go.
The dog pile had gotten sufficiently big. I really do feel remorse for what I said. I from the bottom of my heart, I hate that I said that. I'm feeling like an ugly, disgusting person, honestly, that I said those words. And I am the first to admit, when I get angry, I say nasty, disgusting things that keep me up at night. And I think, how could I have ever been that ugly of a person? If I believe in God, what am I doing when I go online and I start ranting and calling people disgusting, nasty things? It's one of the deepest sources of my inner turmoil and conflict is that I am very nasty. I can be very nasty, rather.
Hey, Sunflower, can I ask a question to you?
So he's going to ask a question, Sunflower answer, but then that's the last word, because then Sam is backstage, so we're going to bring her in before.
Okay, fair enough.
Did I hear you say earlier that you miss being a theist, or did I not hear that?
Nick.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
I brought that up as something I thought was interesting, but I didn't personally say I missed.
Okay.
Can we let him finish talking about that before you bring the other person
Amy,
on?
can I have the last word towards Sunflower since I brought it up?
Yes. Did Atheist Junior? Did you want to say something, or
no? I was just saying, can we kind of let him finish talking about what he was talking about before we brought up the things?
You mean Sunflower? Give him more time.
Well, just finish the discussion that we were gonna have with him before he we brought up the things that he apologized for, because I think he's apologized for it. I think we can kind of move forward in the discussion now, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have the last word. Sunflower, I accept your apology. If what you just said is how you feel, then I'm convinced that you're going to work at that.
Thank
Go
you.
and sin no more.
You didn't have to forgive me, and from the bottom of my heart, I swear to God, the God that I believe in, that I genuinely feel remorse, and it's probably not even one of, it's the most difficult and just the most self-loathing trait about me is how prone I am to being nasty, and I have to work on that. I say some really inflammatory things. They are absolutely more hurtful than I realized at the time, and you are 100% right in calling me out. So I agree.
I'll give you the same advice. This morning, very early, I got a DM from someone who's autistic, who was on a live stream, felt uncomfortable and needed someone to talk to. And here's what I told him: if you feel a rage coming on, because this is a back and forth between people. Someone's saying something and he's responding. And I told him, don't respond. Shoot me a DM. I'll hook up a StreamYard session and you go vent towards me. You can shout, scream, curse, do anything you like. Do not do this in public online. Do this towards me. Get it out of your system and then move on. I would suggest you, Sunflower, find someone that you can trust, someone who's a real friend, who can help you in the exact same way. That would be a good step in the right direction, because then you're not going to let your anger out in public on a stream 9 out of 10 times on someone else's channel, but you will have it under control if a friend of yours will help you with that. That would be my advice.
Did you need to add something else?
Yes, and this is for everybody. There is a book out there on the interwebs and the Barnes and Nobles and all those places that you buy them good books. Not the Bible, not that good book, but the other good books. And it's called
the actual good books.
Yeah,
it's
Move
called
the
Life.
Bibles over to fiction.
It's but for real, for everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel tonight, it's called Life in Focus, and there's an equation in that book, and it is E plus R equals O. Event plus response equals outcome. So what we need to know is we can't control the event. The event's just going to fucking happen, right? And given the best plausible outcome, how do I respond, not react? How do I respond? And in that moment, we have to learn how to hit a strategic pause. What is that pause button? We have to train ourselves to hit that pause button. Okay, do I react or do I respond? Because if you react, it's probably going to be bullshit. And you're probably going to regret what you do, what you say, how you feel the next day, all of that. But if you hit that strategic pause and you respond correctly to that situation, you're going to get at least as close to the best desired outcome that you can get by responding versus reacting. So even if you don't go read the book, if you can remember that equation, E plus R equals O, event plus response equals outcome, it will help you with your personal life, your relationships, your business life, your job. So take that shit to the bank.
What was the book, guys? Tobin wanted to know.
Now I feel sorry that atheists don't have an equivalent to amen.
Ramen.
No, it's a woman.
A woman.
A
There you go.
woman.
And okay.
What was the
We
book,
will go
guys?
back
Wait. Let's make it Amy.
Oh my gosh.
Gay men.
Life in Focus.
Gay men.
Life in Focus is the name of the book.
Life in
And okay,
Focus?
we'll go
Okay.
back into open conversation in a second. But Sam, We have been skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral. How are you? And what are your thoughts on the subject or anything we've been talking about?
What it do, Sam?
Hi, how you doing? First of all, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Passover clearly wasn't moral, but then again, the entire book says the Israelites were his chosen people. So, and yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, that was the 10th plague of Egypt. And does this coincides with your Bible study? Are you on that current chapter?
We basically are just got done reviewing close to these stories, so it's a good chance to say, okay, maybe was it real or not? Let's pretend it was real. Was it moral?
Oh hell no! What the fuck? Killing all his own creation? Pretty much, all the plight and blight and smiting all the other ites he laid upon Egypt. Yeah, it's just no, clearly not immoral. Clearly not moral. But the second thing about that, what was it? Passover moral, and what was the second question?
Just anything about what we've been discussing so far, if you had
Oh
anything to
my
add.
god, that was dragged out so long. I was falling asleep waiting to get on cam. I mean, I
Heart
get
pounding
it.
action.
Yeah, it's a soft spot. It's a soft spot for plenty of people. I understand that, but show them the euphemism treadmill. The euphemism treadmill. As soon as the next word comes out, it's going to be weaponized, and the one after that, and the one after that. Just don't be a dick. Simple as that.
Yep.
Anyway, echo chambers. I just heard a moment ago summed up like better than I can even ever conceive. Like, as long as two people get together and sharing an idea, they're going to leave with holding that idea stronger than they began. So it makes sense to me.
All right. Well, thank you so very much, Sam. I agree with a lot of what you said. And we're going back into the open conversation. I think Sam will be the last person joining us tonight. We'll go for a little bit longer, and then we'll wrap it up with outros. So we're skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral. Anyone else have any thoughts?
And then you had to cover the freaking door with animal blood, innocent animal blood. So it's
Yeah,
as if
lamb's blood.
as if the human children were not enough of a sacrifice. You got to kill a bunch of animals to please this guy. All right, whatever.
And then make sure that blood dripping over the door.
That's just
And-
unsanitary.
And keep in mind, they only went to animal sacrifices so they wouldn't have to have human sacrifices anymore.
Yeah, blood on the door makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you read Leviticus like from the beginning, there's just so much in there about the proper way to like sacrifice an animal. It's like very dry and like so goes on for so long.
Well, Amy, wasn't this on
Yeah,
your
we just
last?
heard about the proper way to sell your child into slavery.
Yes.
Wasn't this on the last Bible reading that you did, where it said sacrifice your firstborns to God? So your first children should be sacrificed to God.
And it was very hazy. It seemed like it was supposed to kill all the non-believers. I was
Yes, that's how it's read, and I've heard the apologists say that no, that's not what it meant. They should become a preacher or a pastor or whatever, but that's not in the text. And if that were the case, I would think it would be worded differently.
Yeah, and let's take the most simplistic process of breaking this book down. So we have this big, powerful God that's perfect in all his ways, right? All knowing, all loving, all powerful, yada 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 yada. But gives no avenue, gives no pathway, gives no blueprint, gives not a goddamn thing on how we can actually know that the motherfucker exists, right?
There's no fucks.
No, right.
Nope.
Nothing. Not a goddamn thing is
Yeah.
there. But he
You just have
loves
to
it.
assume he does, yeah.
He
Well-
loves us so much. He loves it. Hold on. He loves us so much. And he knew us before we were even formed in our mother's wombs. He can count every hair on our head. He's just this amazing God, but yet he didn't give any of those pathways. But I will give you very direct and specific direction and information on how to sacrifice animals, on how to own slaves, on how to attack another community and kill their kids and rip babies out of mothers' wombs. I'll even tell you how to make sure that women just don't talk and you don't take care of them and you don't treat them right. And if they do try to talk in the church, tell them to shut the fuck up. Like he's really good at that. He's really good
Tells
at
you
that.
how to execute disobedient children. Don't forget that one.
Yeah.
Commit genocide and take the daughters as sex slaves for yourself.
Yeah.
Number 31.
Or then, and then I'll say this, and we go to the New Testament. We were talking about this earlier, but Jesus comes along, supposedly here to save the world, and he is still cool with people owning slaves. So, that's your God. Like, no way to meet him. But
Not only that.
Roadmap.
Not only that, he's specific, and he tells the slaves to obey their masters, especially the cruel ones.
He doubled down on it.
He doesn't tell them to get the fuck out. They have to obey.
Well, he said he came to enforce the law from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Not change it.
Yeah.
Yeah. To go with what you're saying. I came to fulfill the law, not to abolish the law.
Yeah.
And I will not remove one iota, not one pin stroke. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but that's where when Christians try to hang jot and tittle. Thank you. When Christians try to hang their hat on that, it's bullshit. It's not what the Gospels say.
No, and here's what I usually say when things like that come up, and especially when that verse comes up, is that Christians today are not Christians; they're Paulinians, because Paul.
Ooh, nice. Yeah.
Paul changed the laws. Paul said we do not have to obey those except for the 10. Why the 10 is unclear, because they were part of all the laws, but Paul changed that. So if you're not obeying to the 600 plus commandments in the Old Testament, you're not a Christian. You're a Paulinian.
Pauline, yeah, that's a great point. And this is where some Christians really get shitty with me when I say this. The Apostle Paul, if this was a real man that wrote a big section of the New Testament, he was one of the greatest snakeskin oil salesmen ever, because he came in and inserted the word faith. And we know in Hebrews 11, faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. So he literally sold these people the idea that this is real, but it's only real if you believe it's real.
Yes.
You don't
as Aaron Ra always says, it is literally make believe.
Yeah,
So
it's
seems a little circular.
Yeah, just
circular reasoning.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
And I could make an extra joke, because my best friend is still a Christian. He's from Syria. He spent most of his life in Damascus, and he's been on the road. Guess who he didn't meet?
Jesus.
Exactly.
You don't know shit about Jesus or the Bible.
But have you seen the Shroud of Turin, Peter? Come on.
Oh, God damn it, James. Why did you even do that?
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Not you know who's going to show up now?
Otangelo?
Yes.
He was here before.
Otangelo isn't showing up because I'm here, and if I pick on Otangelo, Darth Dawkins is summoned, so it's not going to happen.
You're Otangelo repellent?
I have no clue. I can talk to Otangelo just fine. We get along, and yet the last time I spoke to him, apparently that was reason enough for Darth Dawkins to crash the stream and to take me on.
Otangelo is now part of the Darth Dawkins interweb.
Oh yeah, have you seen the role play? I need to get that soundbite where he says, "Darth, can we get on with our role play?" I think that's perfect.
Yeah, Darth won't even talk to me anymore. But anyway, we don't have to get into all that.
Well, they like quoting on Tangelo I don't want to say out of order, but I think he did something where he was like, God is not great or something. I don't know. I see different theists play that clip over and over. I'm like, oh, okay.
I was actually in the chat, but I was on that stream. He actually said,
"Oh, really?"
He said,
"What was the context?"
And he said it more than once because he said it on more than one stream.
But was it an accident? And they're just
Nope.
Oh, hey.
And his whole DNA. There's code in DNA argument. I can't remember who it was. The channel he was on, but the paper he was bringing to the argument. They're like, "Can we see the paper that you're citing?" And he sent it to him. Well, no, not his argument script, but the actual site.
Gotcha. The citations.
Yeah, and they read it, and it was. Oh, I almost felt bad for it. I didn't, but I almost felt bad for him because the one guy on there, he was like a. I can't remember what kind of physicist he was, but he was like, "Otangelo, you do understand that this entire paper that you just sent me that I read is actually proving everything that you are saying to be wrong."
Yes.
Well, a lot of times they'll quote mine. What they'll do is they'll take a catchy abstract where it's like, have we found God? And then like the answer will be no. But they will show the question where it's like, have we found God? Look at this paper that has found God. It's like, well, yeah, keep reading. What does it say?
They really don't even know what the paper says. They don't have that knowledge base to be able to read it like that.
I honestly think Otangelo is on the fence when it comes to believing his religion, and that's why he's now run to Darth Dawkins. I think that if he hadn't done that, and if he would spend some more time, he's on Speed's channel a lot, Answers in Atheism.
Yep.
If he spends more time
and a
there,
shout out to Speed's channel. Go check out the weather report, which is awesome. I'm sorry.
He's going to be an atheist if he hangs out more there, and if he stops going on Darth Dawkins' Discord server, he's going to be an atheist.
You're saying there's hope for him. Wow, I never would have thought.
If you get to a point where you can talk to Otangelo on a level basis, where you don't have people who start mocking him, then you can have a serious conversation with him, and you can have a meaningful back and forth.
I actually agree with that. We've had him on our channel 3 times, and he actually has a debate coming up, like an official debate, not just an open conversation, but an official debate coming up on the 24th on the very things we just talked about, the DNA and all that. But we've had him on 3 times, and what I've seen with him, and I won't name channels, but he'll go to certain channels, and it's almost like as soon as he comes in, he feels like he has to have his guard up. Like he's ready to throw punches. And like with our channel, he knows when he comes in, like, we love to have fun. We just want to have fucking fun. And that's the first thing. And we're going to have fun, and we'll have the serious conversations, but it's not that fucking serious, to us. And so he comes in a little more laid back and cool. And him and I have talked live 3 times. All 3 of them went awesome.
Yeah. It took me a couple of weeks because my first run-in with Otangelo wasn't great, and that's probably all due to me. and I just wanted to have a decent conversation with him, and it took me a couple of weeks to get him to the point where he thought, well, maybe I can trust him and I can have a conversation. And from there on, I even stood up for him in some of the chats where I think that he was mistreated, and I stood up for him because I think it's worthwhile talking to him.
And I told him I loved him on stream, what's it called, channel, before we got into a little bit of an argument. But it was nice for at least a good 5 minutes. We had a moment, and then we started arguing. It was good.
Oh, we still argue, but I make sure that at the end of the argument, I will commend him for coming on, because he's usually on a stream with up to 9 atheists, and that can be a lot of pressure, and that might even be why he has his guard up. So I want to make sure.
Dedicated.
Yeah, I want to make sure that if he leaves the stream, that we can leave as friends, and that for the next stream we can still talk, because I think it's important to talk.
It seems like he's on 5 or 6 at once streams. Go ahead.
Just to change it up a little bit before we end it tonight. I'm going to ask you a really awkward question about especially the Old Testament God.
9 inches.
Hot.
Just
There's
saying.
no.
Just saying.
Well,
according to Count, whales are 15 feet.
There's no cock like horse cock.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think I've seen that hentai before. All right.
According to the Bible, it's donkey cock.
15 feet long.
The whales have a 15-foot penis. Praise God.
Why my DVD shut?
So what happened was...
Sorry.
Because what I'm getting ready to ask is not any better. When we talk about the Old Testament, what was this like weird, sick, demented obsession with foreskin?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It
really triggers him.
It's currency. According to the Bible, it's currency.
Are you being
Or
serious?
it's a beef jerky snack for later.
Wait.
That's what I thought.
I Oz, help me out. Who was sent out to collect foreskins and was to collect 100 and came back with 200?
I feel like this is like part of my chastity fantasy now. Like,
Hello.
Was that King David?
Yeah, baby. Yep.
like seriously,
Oh, yeah.
like did they have like their own like version of a plague doctor going around collecting foreskin? Like, what the hell?
I guess on the battlefield,
Oh.
they take them from the dead.
Amaretto, I'm from Europe. You do know that we have, I don't know, I forgot the exact number. It's
Foreskin?
7 or 9 foreskins that are attributed to Jesus. So
What?
Wow.
his grew back, and they kept cutting it off, and so they're saved. The Catholic Church has either 7 or 9 of them.
I think one
That's
reason was
insane.
just knowing how many.
which
So they're
are
basically
confirmed, which are confirmed relics.
Right.
I think it was for knowing how many enemy soldiers had died in a battle. They returned with that many foreskins. But I don't
This
know.
is why BDSM parodies the church so often, because what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
So I said
This
something,
has
and I
to
want to
be
make a point.
somebody's fucking Hannibal
The
fantasy.
power of Christ compels you on that one, Amaretto. Stop with that. That's blasphemous.
Yeah.
I think she's a pagan. She's naturally blasphemous.
So
That's not blasphemy. You want to hear blasphemy?
I say I'm even worse because I'm a Unitarian Universalist.
Go on,
I'm
James.
saying that I
Okay.
take
works too.
inspiration from everything. So nobody
You're-
likes me.
That's
I-
teenage rebellion.
But
translated as
so
anti-theistic.
here's my thought. Circumcision is blasphemy because God created this beautiful foreskin to encapsulate the precious part of the man's penis, and then they just chop it off. That's if anything's blasphemy, that's blasphemy.
Fair enough.
I agree.
Like,
Even grosser, they would bite it off.
wait, what? Can you cite me the verse that even instructs circumcision?
Well, here I'll give you I'll give you one here. Exodus 4:25. We're gonna make this creepy as fuck. This is from the NIV.
I'm shaking.
But Zipporah. But Zipporah took a flint knife, which is one of the sharpest knives made, by the way. Cut off her son.
It better be.
Cut off her son.
Amy's reenacting it.
Cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it. Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me, she said.
Now, if that doesn't sound like something God would say, I don't know what does.
More blood magic, like the Passover shit.
What
What the hell kind of porn are we writing?
Is that Old Testament or New Testament?
Does it matter?
That's the Old Testament.
But that's the Old Testament. Thank you. There you go.
I'm a Christian, not a Jew. Just
That's the old Kanye.
Hold on. Sunflower, I thought you were a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. You're talking about Old Testament stuff. That Christians are not compelled to be circumcised.
Well, I'm not compelled, no, but I was a Christian for 30 years. I still do the Old Testament.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of overlap there, but it's not explicit that Christians, the same way that Christians.
It's more so a cultural thing in the sense that
Amaretto.
Well, it's written for Jews. It's the Old Testament.
Amaretto, why can
I have a
Christians eat
question
pork?
after.
Huh?
Why can Christians eat pork but Jews can't?
Because they can't.
Isn't it
according to Jesus?
That
they
was in
can't.
the wasn't it in the New Testament? Didn't
Right.
I thought
right.
that
So
had
all I'm saying is don't
Because-
reference circumcision as if you're criticizing me because I'm a Christian, not a Jew. That's all I'm saying. Circumcision.
Sunflower.
pork.
But according to Jesus, you can't eat pork.
No, this is wrong. He made all food clean.
No, it's not
Sunflower.
wrong.
No.
It's
No,
not
I'm
wrong.
jumping. I'm gonna mute myself.
It's not wrong. Oz, take it.
Catfish.
Yeah, Sunflower, you're as far as that argument, you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong because, and we've actually, I think, said it one or two times since you've been on here, at least once that I know of. The laws when it came to whether it was eating pork or wearing mixed fabrics or what the fuck ever you want to point out in the Old Testament. When Jesus came in the New Testament, which Christians, modern day Western Christians attach themselves more to the New Testament, Jesus said he did not come to abolish the law, he came to fulfill it. So technically, if you're living as a Christian, according to the New Testament, you still have to adhere to the old laws because he did not abolish the laws. He actually said that he was going to uphold all of them. So you're actually dead wrong if you're going to be a true Christian of the faith in the Bible.
Can I read the verse? Matthew 5:18. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Question for you, Sunflower. Is the earth still there where you are?
That's not. Can you rephrase the question? I honestly just didn't capture it.
Okay, where you are, can you see the earth?
I think I can. Yeah.
So it hasn't disappeared yet. So not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Until heaven and earth disappear. Or if you want to, that's the NIV. If you want to take the King James, till heaven and earth passed, not one jot, one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till it all be fulfilled. Same verse.
So, just out of curiosity, what do you guys think the reason is that so many Christians don't feel bound to not eat pork? Do you think there's like because you're now
it's cultural.
Called yeah.
No. Oh, really? You think it's purely cultural?
I think so. Here. Oh, sorry. Well,
because
people are going to do what they want.
Amaretto. You know. Okay, so Judaism came first, then Christianity, then Islam. So culturally, Islam doesn't eat pork, and Judaism doesn't eat pork. Christians in between that.
I'm not saying like a religious cultural sense. I'm saying they are basically picking and choosing what to follow. And when enough people choose to deviate,
Let her answer, please. Let her answer.
So Amaretto answer, and then Oz wants to ask a question, and then I want to ask a question. I think Tobin wants it. We got so many questions.
Tobin did say he wanted to. I think in the sense it's cultural because it changes what is considered a norm over time, and people, to this day they pick and choose what to, take from the Bible.
That was going to be one of my points right there. Is the cafeteria point.
So that's the thing. It's if you have enough people that say I don't want to follow this strictly, and they deviate in the same way, that eventually becomes your cultural norm because you get the home environment, nature versus nurture. Nurture is a huge component of who you are, what faith you decide or you do or decide to not do, how you eat.
This is a non-answer. There's Christians and Muslims and Jews living literally rubbing elbows in the Middle East. So, some of them eat pork, some of them don't, and the people that do are in between Islam and Judaism. So you're not really answering the question. You're kind of just
Sunflower. I can answer your question.
I can answer your question as well. I've got it right in front of me with the verses.
Go ahead. Amaretto was a non-answer. Amaretto was ranting about it's all relative.
Okay.
No, that was an actual answer. Hold on. That was an actual answer. Because you have to understand that there are so many different components to culture itself. And again, if enough people choose to deviate, like the cafeteria Christians, it's not going to become as looked on. It's not going to be as looked down upon. Now, you do have some people that are in a different area of the world, where maybe they have more conservative values, less rebelliousness in the culture in general.
Think Islam adheres to the New Testament?
I'm saying that there are.
It's a yes or no question.
I don't know because
they have reinterpreted some of the Jewish and Christian
reason
stories.
I say that is because
I don't
know assumptions about what they are and aren't following. I haven't read both texts and.
Does Islam consider
manner? But what I can say is there's a
you're not qualified. You're not even qualified for this discussion.
Sunflower. What's your point, man? Why come in here like that's a terrible flex, bro?
Can I make my point?
It gets very simple.
Before you make your point, can I make? This is why they do it. Okay, and then I'll answer it. Go.
Okay, Amaretto doesn't seem to understand there's the Abrahamic religions. Christianity is the one in which we believe Christ was the Messiah and his word was the word of God. That's
okay. Can I read you? Can I read you?
I do understand that there is Abrahamic religions. I'm saying
Sunflower.
I haven't read the text that of either incompletion.
Sunflower, can I read you the verses?
Well, okay, but let's first talk about. I need.
No, let's first listen to what Jesus had to say in the New Testament.
Okay, go ahead.
Matthew 5:17. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. Matthew 5:18. For truly I say you, till heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Matthew 19:17. If you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. Those are the words that Jesus said in the New Testament. Now let's go have a look at Paul. Ephesians 2:15. Jesus abolished the law with all its commandments and regulations. We just heard that that's not true. Romans 10:4. Charity is the end of the law, that everyone who has faith may be justified. We just heard that that's not true. Romans 3:20. By works of the law, no human will be justified. Who do you believe, Paul or Jesus?
That's a great question, Peter. Can you now tell me? Because you got to realize I didn't take a stance on the eating of pork. Whether or I said, why do Christians?
Okay, and so I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain why.
And I answered that because they can't.
No.
It's because people are going to do what they want to do. It's very simple.
No, Peter, do you not think they point to a verse or multiple verses?
Sure, they have apologies.
Yes, they point to the verses that I just read you from Paul.
To justify
the reason that Christians don't eat pork is because there was a debate going on in the early church, and they were trying to figure out what was the best way to get Jews and what was the best way to get non-Jews. And so at the end of this, they were like, what do we have to do to make it so that the non-Christians, while still holding on to or the non-Jews, while still holding on to as many Jews, can we get? And this was their solution. They gave up a bunch of these laws, but I'll tell you why. If you ask any Christian, well, okay, you're not following all the 600 laws, but how about the top 10? Are the top 10 still going to be in there? Do we still have Noah? Do we still have Adam and Eve? The Old Testament is still, I mean, without the Old Testament, there's no anything. But that would be my answer to pork.
Without the Old Testament, there's no original sin, so there's no reason for Jesus, so there's no reason for the crucifixion, so your entire religion falls apart.
Well,
and I'll let him answer, and Oz wanted to say something else.
You know that's silly. You know that's silly, dude.
Not silly.
Is that silly? So when did sin enter the world?
Peter.
When did sin answer my question? When did sin enter the world?
With Adam and Eve in
Okay, so if we ditch Adam and Eve, do we still have sin? And when did it enter the world?
Wait, no. If we ditch Adam and Eve, we don't have sin. No.
Exactly. So is the Old Testament relevant? Yes or no?
Oh, it's relevant, but
so you're going to pick and choose from the Old Testament what you like and what you don't like, which is exactly what Paul did.
Peter. We're going to pick and choose because we accept Christ as the Messiah that was predicted in the Old Testament.
Do you accept Matthew 19:17?
Peter.
Do you accept Matthew 19:17?
Peter, we view the New Testament as the epilogue of the same book. That's what you're not realizing.
I asked you a specific question. Do you accept Matthew 19:17?
He just said he picks and chooses. He just said that.
No, I don't pick and choose. The Old Testament
It's a yes or no question, Sunflower. Do you accept Matthew 19:17?
It's a gotcha. It's a gotcha.
No, it's not. It's the word. It's the word of your Messiah. Is that a gotcha?
Did the Old Testament prophesize a Messiah coming or not?
Did the Messiah speak in Matthew 19:17?
Yeah, tell me what that verse is. I'm not going to play your games of like.
Okay, the verse is, if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. According to your Bible, those words are attributed to Jesus.
Sure.
Do you accept that verse? Yes or no?
I do.
Okay. Does it say only 10 commandments, or does it say keep the commandments?
See, this is where you're turning this into a game, man. I'm sorry, but you are.
No, I'm reading your Bible to you.
No, I am trying to ask you a simple question. Did the Old Testament prophesize that God, as the Messiah, would return to earth?
I have a.
The answer is yes.
How is that relevant?
No. That's absolutely.
The answer.
I can give the apologetic.
Can I please jump in, please?
Oz, go ahead.
So Sunflower, let's bring this back in. So obviously, you believe that the God of the Bible, the Abrahamic God of the Bible, exists. Would that be accurate in me saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about the existence of the God. We've talked a lot about scriptures and immorality and eating pork and other meats and those kind of things. But what I really, at the end of the day, like these conversations are fun, but at the end of the day, what I want to know is, as a former believer of 30 plus years, I now sit on the side of the fence that I don't find a good reason to believe that this God exists. So, what is it that has or continues to convince Sunflower that this God exists?
With all due respect, I really, with all due respect, what makes you think you have the right to derail the conversation that we were talking about and just sort of give me a one-line zinger? Like, what do you mean? Like, I know that like it was getting a little
Can
bit.
I answer that question?
chaotic, but we were at least having a meaningful discussion that other people could.
No, we weren't. Can I answer that question?
We weren't because I asked you a yes or no question and
Good
you
night, Robert.
refused to
No,
answer.
guys, I can handle this. I can handle this.
Go ahead.
So Sunflower, there's nobody in the chat and there's nobody on the screen that was at all interested in what was going on there. It was just you and Peter. I'm just being blunt. So let's get down to what actually matters, and that is the God belief or the God claim. So let's talk about that because that's what we're all here for, right? So that's why I brought it back, and I said let's bring it back in. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. So I'll state it again as a believer for over 30 years and they're no longer believing now. What is it that convinces you that the same God that I used to believe in, you still believe in?
Okay, you know what? I will entertain this. I would say it's basically the fact that I've had a feeling for as long as I can remember my conscious experience existing, that I had an understanding that certain impulses I had were either wrong or right, and that I could either succumb to them when they were bad, for my own personal selfish pleasure, or resist them in a way that would basically result in more net good for all of the world. And my understanding of that, even though I fought against it and tried to seek out worldly, hedonistic explanations for why I should never feel bad about sort of succumbing to impulses I felt were wrong, I realized, oh no, this is exactly what the scripture prophesized, in that, essentially, the nature of being human is that you will feel impulses throughout your life, and there's a force that is trying to compel you that there's nothing wrong with feeling anything you ever feel, right? Like, no matter what impulse you feel, it's not your fault, so don't feel bad about succumbing to it. And then I realized, okay, there's a part of my nature that can actually resist an impulse that I recognize as bad, and I feel better and I do better as a human when I resist those impulses, even though it's really hard. So eventually, I was an agnostic theist I identified as an agnostic theist for the majority of my life. Then I eventually looked into all of the actual stuff, and I was like, this all makes so much sense, and this aligns a lot with how I've felt my entire life, and it was more than adequate to explain the human condition to me. It was transcendental. It was it was the most important.
Sunflower, can I interrupt you? What made sense?
I'm
You said
lost. I'm lost. You've lost.
You said
that's a non-answer.
No, hold on.
No, you're right.
No, this is a good answer, but
Before we all jump on him.
You need some clarification. So Sunflower,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Honest
Yeah.
question. When you say that you encountered things and you had a feeling whether they were bad or good, Were there any feelings that you considered to be bad that weren't hurtful to anyone else?
How could I ever know that? All I know is how I felt about it. I can't I don't have an objective view of.
No, okay. Maybe I wasn't clear. So, any of those
Well,
feelings, if you would have acted on them,
Peter,
would you have hurt someone?
Peter, I'm going to jump in. And
Go ahead.
this is one thing when people are having epistemic questioning going on, please don't jump in. It disrupts the whole conversation. So it's not like I'm going to go for an hour, but at least let me go down the line of questioning before it gets completely derailed, because I was letting him talk and
Okay, go ahead. Go
so
ahead.
we could get to the bottom of it. So first of all, Sunflower, thank you for your answer, and I was very intently listening to you so that I could follow up on that. What I heard there, and I can tell you that when I was a believer, there's a lot of things that I look back on now that would be a personal experience or an anecdotal, argument for me and the reason that I believe, right? Now looking back at it, I don't know. I now know that wasn't necessarily a good reason to believe. So you had things come up and certain decisions that you made or didn't make, and some made you feel this type of way. Other ones, and I'm not mocking you, I'm just giving it to in my verbiage. Others made you feel this type of way. But at the end of the day, those feelings and those emotions, as you process those, how does that then direct us to a God claim? Like how do we get to a God just based on those circumstances?
Sure. So it's a good question, and I relate this back to guilt. And ultimately, in my opinion, the actual true notion of guilt could only be explained, in my opinion, through some sort of God claim. And here's what let me very clearly explain this. If I were to come to the understanding, right, that I didn't have free will, and that even though it seems like I'm controlling my actions, I'm truly not. And let me be very clear. If I was genuinely convinced of this, not just if I realized it was a possibility, but if I was genuinely convinced it was true, then every time I slipped and fell and knocked into someone and hurt them, there's no good reason I should feel any more guilty than when I just succumb to my rage or anger and punch someone or kick them. And it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter how logical it is that no, I can't control my actions. Ultimately, I'm no more responsible for when I just sock someone in the face versus when I just slip and fall into them. If I was convinced of that, I would rid myself of guilt. I would no longer feel guilty for succumbing to rage, but I still do feel guilt for the times I succumb to negative impulses, and I don't feel that same guilt. I might feel like, oh crap, I shouldn't have been so off balance. If I slip and fall and hurt someone, I'm gonna feel bad about it, but I'm not gonna feel guilty about it. That's a very important distinction. So as long as I still feel potentially guilty for my actions in terms of when I succumb to negative impulses, it does not make sense to me that could not be effectively the result of a supernatural force. And because I know I can be judged for that, it wouldn't matter if you can tell me as many times as you want, look, you have no reason to be guilty. If a higher force said, hey, look, remember when you did that? You know, you could have not done that, right? I would feel, yeah, he, she, whatever, they're right. I felt like I had a choice. Therefore, I would feel infinitely guilty. Therefore, that sense of guilt is inescapable. Until I'm rid of that sense of guilt, there's no reason for me not to posit a supernatural God claim.
Okay, so in that, and thank you, Sunflower, for that information. And I can tell you the guilt part of that. I can 100% relate to and connect to, because that's what owned me for 30 years of my religious life. Now with in that, the guilt, or again, having that feeling, how do we attribute that to a God? And if we can attribute that to a God, how do we test that? How do we make it testable? Or how can we falsify that claim that we can relate or connect the guilt to a supernatural deity?
Well, to be frank, I don't really like. I'm compelled on a personal level that the God exists a priori, right? It's like the latter stuff, the stuff that when we talk about the kalam or the moral argument, that is coming later. So I was first compelled on the personal level, and then I sort of indulge in these discussions to sort of tease out, well, am I believing in something stupid, or am I not? So I'm not trying to convince necessarily anyone else. I'm just trying to say that the grounds at least exist. When I go into these the panels, my goal is the grounds at least exist that this would make sense, and there is a historical account that sort of strangely aligns with it. I'm never going to try to say to any individual person, you should feel as compelled as I am. I'm just sort of saying, hey.
And I hate interrupting, but I am ADHD, so I don't want to forget this point. So I love what you just said there, that you're not here to necessarily try to convince others to believe what you're believing in, because guess what? I'm not worried about what anybody else is convinced of right now. I'm in a conversation with you, and I want to know what has convinced Sunflower to believe. So what I've heard so far, if I could try to steelman you, is there have been some personal experiences that you've had, and feelings that you've had that have connected you to a God or a higher power or a supernatural being. What I want to know is, for me, I want to know more true things than not, right? I'm trying to connect to that. How do I experience the same feelings that you have felt, or the same, or have the same emotions that you've had regarding to this God, to connect to this God and have a relationship with this God? Like, how do we duplicate that? And how do we replicate that? And how do we make it demonstratable, and possibly even falsifiable?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't really, with all due respect, are we now pivoting from, you're no longer asking about my personal experience. Now you're asking, like, how do we replicate this and, like, blast it out to everyone? That is a difficult question, but it's, I guess this is what Christian missionaries do, right? Like, they try to sort of spread the gospel. In terms of, if you're asking me of, like, oh, what's the golden sentence where if you just utter it, then people become believers? I don't really think there is one, because I look back on my own experience, right? When I was an agnostic theist, and I realized, oh, I can take a position of just playing devil's advocate, ad nauseum. I can always pick apart everyone else's. If anyone else tries to explain to me why they believe in God, I can pick it apart, and it feels good to do that. And then I thought, well, what if I introspect? And then at that point, when you're being introspective, there's no more, face or voice on the screen where you can kind of go, how do I do this? Now you're asking yourself that question, and so it's like when you really look in the mirror at the end of the day.
I'm sorry to interrupt, because and thank you. I appreciate you sharing all that. And that's probably a conversation we could have another time, because there's a lot to unpack in what you're talking about. But really, I want to talk about the actual belief. So let me try a different way of asking my question. So how long have you been a believer?
I would say that I've never identified as an atheist. As long as I can remember, from when I was very young, I at least sort of felt the presence of a God. I did not accept, but I did not accept any of any sort of form of religion. I'd say not until maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I actually realized, oh, like Christianity kind of actually aligns with how I felt. So informally, as long as I can remember, I've been a believer. Formally, as someone that actually said, as a proclaimer of Christianity, 4 to 5 years.
Okay. All right. So again, I always like to review and go back just to make sure we're on the same page. So you grew up in a in a home of religion or faith, but you didn't
nominal Christianity, and go to church on Easter and Christmas, but other than that, it's more or less not present or enforced at all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And somebody unmuted humming really loud. But all right, so thank you. That helps. So then you said 4 or 5 years ago, you kind of took your leap into faith and religion, correct?
Into the realization that the feelings I already had aligned with formal Christianity and religion. But it wasn't as though I had a new feeling. It was like I sort of finally realized, oh, this actually aligns with this, instead of, oh no, I feel something, but it's just like, all those religious people are crazy. They're, it was more of an alignment than than me adopting a new thing that I rejected previously, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. That was a perfect explanation. So before we go any further, what I like to do is let's put this on a scale. So we have 1 to 10. We'll do a 1 to 10 scale, and 1, well, we'll say 0. 0 is absolutely there's no God, right? And then 10 would be absolutely 100%. I know that this God exists. Where would you fall on that scale?
10.
10. Okay, and thank you. That's incredible. I appreciate your honesty in that, and that's a big number on a God belief scale. So, what was it that got you to a 10? How did you get to a 10?
Sure. Well, so take the argument, I think therefore I am, from Descartes, right?
Right.
If that to you, does that give you a 10? Like, do you have a 10 on terms of your own existence?
Well, mine, yes, but not God's.
Right. Okay, exactly. So I would agree. Okay, fair enough. So when I felt the 10 on my own existence, I also simultaneously realized there's another 10 I feel, and that's guilt, right? Like I cannot escape the notion that I knew in my past and in the present and ongoing that I'm going to have impulses that I know I can resist that are bad. And sometimes I do resist them and sometimes I don't. Like beyond that isn't, it's sort of an intuitive axiomatic ought that it doesn't matter unless I was like, to fundamentally change how I live and become like a squirrel. I live every waking moment with the understanding that I'm going to have impulses, and some of which will be, inherently selfish, hedonistic impulses that result in harm. I know I have the ability to resist those, and I know that I should feel guilty when I don't resist those. And until I feel like ridding myself of that state of consciousness would be the same as dying. And I actually talked to Amy about this. I think if you succumb to those enough, like if someone just doubles down on hedonistic impulses for years, they will actually atrophy their spirit to the point where they actually are a waking zombie effectively. Like they're no longer even having the distinction of good and bad impulses. That's how I see it.
Sunflower might jump in there because that's when we have to pause there, because before we can assert any of that, we have to rewind back to the God claim. Okay, so you attribute it to and just answer yes or no to this. That way I can go down my my thought process here. So you attributed your being at 100% to guilt. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding, my confidence in God is it was a 10, and that's due to the fact that I have, in every waking moment of my experience, I have a sort of aptitude for inherent sense of responsibility to resist impulses that I recognize as inherently bad, selfish, and hedonistic. Yes.
Okay. So thank you for that, and thank you for the clarity. So I looked at the definition: guilt, the fact of having committed a specified or implied offense or crime. So when you say guilt, that would then, like it says there, that would imply that you've already committed a specified offense or crime. So is there a crime or an offense that you've committed that has demonstrated a God to you?
The first tenet of Christianity is that we're all sinners, right? I mean, this is 101. This is 101 level.
Sunflower. No, you're now you're going to theology. I'm not talking about theology right now. I'm talking about epistemology. Why do you believe what you believe? Right. So does your belief, the 100% belief in a God, is it truly rooted in guilt, or is there something else?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. Is it truly rooted in guilt?
It's rooted in a feeling. That's what he said. It's feeling. It's not anything factual.
Well, I don't want to break Oz's train of thought. When Oz's
Sorry,
train of thought, I do
sorry.
no. I heart you, Junior.
All right,
And I do the same.
And Sunflower, I now having this conversation with you, if we want to pick this back up, we can do this privately, or if we want to go to the Tart channel, we can do that, and we can go for hours if you want to. But to respect Amy, and I'm sorry, Amy, I get lost in those conversations. But,
No, I love this kind of dialogue. This is great.
But Sunflower, and I do. I mean this. Hopefully, you can tell. Chop it up with me. I am very forward and very honest, but I am. I love having these conversations. These are the important conversations to have. And talking to you, there are a lot of, like, as soon as I hear somebody say guilt, or pressure, or anything along those lines, they attribute that to their epistemology and causing them to believe what they believe in. I want to have further dialogue, because I don't want to come out and say it's a bad reason to believe, but I'm actually concerned on why you believe what you believe. If I can just be honest.
You're concerned. Really? So would you say that you're more concerned about a person that feels no guilt at all? That'd be a sociopath. Maybe we should be more concerned about those people.
Hold on. Just let me finish.
You're using charged words. I'm just letting you know. When you say concerned, you're concerned that someone feels guilt. Well, what's the opposite of that? I'm way more concerned about the person that doesn't. I'm way more concerned about the person that doesn't feel guilt.
If you would let me finish, I think it'll make more sense. Okay, when I say I'm concerned for anyone, not just you, Sunflower. Anybody that would tell me that I believe in a higher power or a God or a deity based on my guilt of doing something wrong, rather than I want to do the best that I can do to please this God. Yes, I have some concern there. That's what I mean by that. And again, I was a believer for almost my whole life, so I'm not trying to be an asshole at all. So if you would like to, I would love to have this continue this conversation, either privately or on the Tart channel, because I do it. I think it's interesting, and hopefully you can see I'm very respectful. But now I'm going to shut the fuck up, Amy, and I'm done.
I got a question for Sunflower.
Okay, so in fact, what's gonna happen is Peter's gonna ask his question. We're gonna let Sunflower have his response, but then his response is gonna lead us into the outros.
Okay.
Woohoo! And all right, Peter.
Yeah. So I think I couldn't have done anything better than Oz just did. But there's one thing that I picked up, and I don't think was addressed, and so I'm as worried as Oz is about the whole guilt thing, and that is because of one sentence you said earlier, Sunflower. You said, according to the Bible, we are all sinners. Could it be that that is a big part of why you're feeling guilty? I'm not saying it is, but could it be?
Well, it would be if I had any reason to believe that only Christians felt guilty. But I don't see this in only people that had the Bible drilled into their head. I witnessed guilt in all kinds of people. Buddhists, atheists, Jews.
But the Bible would address all people, regardless of their religion, wouldn't it?
It would address them, but if they've never read it, then it would not.
No.
What you're saying wouldn't make sense.
I agree with you. So, but the thing, and I think that's the part that Oz is worried about, is that the Bible teaches you to feel guilty.
I felt guilty before I ever read a single page of the Bible.
Why?
Can I ask what you felt guilty about?
Sure. Well, okay. I mean, in the most basic way, I mean, if anyone's ever lied, that like in order to sort of make their life more convenient, there's no like I don't think about something like that. Like it's kind of like a white lies, as they say, right? Or things like you a crime you can get away with, and not in terms of like a violent crime, but like it doesn't even matter. It could be like, oh yeah, honey, I'm gonna don't worry, I won't have another.
Let me steelman you. What you mean is a lie with malicious intent.
Not necessarily. Like, what if I'm in a relationship, or so anyone I care about, it could be a parent, a child, whatever. They say like, I want you to be healthy. Please don't eat another donut before you go to sleep. And I'm like, I won't, honey. And I know for a fact they won't know if I do or don't. And then I do, and then when they ask me the next day, I say I didn't do it. Like,
okay,
like
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example from my life. I've been a truck driver for.
Example I just gave you. Why are we? Didn't you?
No. Listen. Because this Sunflower. Listen, this is going to make sense. I've been a truck driver for a while, and at some point I was driving somewhere in Germany, and a car came flying past, lost control, and hit the truck in front of me, which was a transport truck, a low transport truck, and he hit it full on. The moment the car came to a rest, it was already on fire. It took 3 truck drivers, and luckily we had a Romanian truck driver who had a really big knife to help with the seat belts. We had to break his legs to get him out, but by that time he had been with his head in the flames, that his entire face was basically gone.
Okay, so
he was hold on. He was still conscious. We drug him out on the highway, and I sat by him for at least 45 minutes until the paramedic showed up. And because of the adrenaline, he was fully conscious. He didn't feel any pain but his entire face was gone. And he kept asking me, am I going to be okay? Am I going to survive? Is it bad? Do I look bad? And he said, because my daughter, she I don't know what it's called in English. She rode horses, and she had a tournament, and that he wanted to go there. And he said, can I go there? Am I looking bad? Can I still make that? I lied to his face, and I told him, you're going to be okay. It doesn't look bad. You're going to be okay. I kept doing that for 45 minutes until the paramedics arrived, and they put him under anesthesia. I never got to get the police to get me the name of the guy because I wanted to follow up on how he was doing. I blatantly lied to the guy's face, the face that wasn't there anymore, to keep him calm, to keep him from going into shock. I lied, and I'm damn proud of it that I did, because I kept him calm.
I'm glad you did too, Peter. Peter, I'm sorry, dude. With all due respect, don't make it theatrical, because I understood your point.
No. But this actually happened.
I support you. I'm glad you did that. This is why I say. Peter, you think you're living in a movie. Look,
no. Hold on. The point that I'm trying to make is that you cannot say it is bad to lie, because there are going to be situations when you will have to lie in order to maybe comfort people, but in this case it was preventing him from going into shock, which may have killed him if that had happened.
That's fine. I support you. I'm glad you did it. You did a good thing. What is it? Where's this going?
The reason that I'm bringing this up is that you cannot make a black and white statement that lying is bad.
I didn't make a black and white statement, dude.
Okay, then I misread what you said earlier.
We're 10 minutes out now. Thanks.
Well, I just wanted to have clarification, but I still don't get where you get the guilt from.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I can explain it to you. Okay. Have you ever succumbed to an impulse think about something like purely hedonistic, right? Like the doctor tells you, hey, I'm not saying you have diabetes, obviously. Doctor's like, hey, dude, you got diabetes. Don't drink soda anymore. And then one day you're like, damn it, I could really go for a cold Coke right now, and you drink it. Like, what was that action done out of besides pure hedonistic selfish pleasure? It'll hurt you in the long run.
You were thirsty.
Okay, here's my response to here's my response to hold on. Sunflower, listen. Here's my response to that. If that were the case, the only person that would suffer the consequences would be you.
Agreed.
Your actions.
What about your mom and your dad and your sister and your wife and your children?
Hold on. What I'm saying is your actions will have consequences. That is something you learn in life. If you don't want to follow up when you're a diabetic with the instructions that you get on what you can and cannot eat or drink, that is up to you. Those are the consequences. Yes, but those are things that I learned from my parents, that they were bad.
Peter, answer the question. If you're a diabetic parent with a family, you have kids, you have a wife, you have parents that are sick, and you say, you know what? I just want to taste that sweet cold Coke again.
So Peter, answer him, and
riddle me that one.
Hold on one sec. So Peter's going to answer, and actually Tobin wants to ask a question, and then I'm going to ask a question, but Sunflower is still going to have the last response to those questions. So Peter, finish your thought.
Yeah, I can finish my thought real quick. And like Oz said, I would love to have more conversation with you about this. I'm not trying to pressure you in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to go for a gotcha moment. What I want to explain to you is that that the thing that you just mentioned, I got that from my parents. I don't need a god for that. And if I would be lost because there's nothing in the Bible that tells me how to handle if I'm diabetic, what I should and shouldn't do. The Bible
Resist
is
urges.
completely
Resist.
the Bible is completely silent
Let
about
me tell you,
being
Peter.
diabetic.
Resist selfish, hedonistic urges that will only result in fleeting, ephemeral, personal bodily pleasure, but will
And that's
likely
and
result
and
in
that's
harm to your loved ones and even yourself in the long run. Does that spell it out for you? I hope so.
I can explain that
Okay,
because
outros.
Yeah, well,
hold on. My last word. I can explain that by the fact we're a social species, and this is how we evolved. We have compassion. That's it.
It's Amy's show. Let her do it.
Yeah.
Well, no. The thing is, you guys could probably keep on ping ponging back and forth, and I enjoy it. It's not that, but we're coming up on hour 4, which means
I'll shut down right now. And like Oz, I want to thank you, Sunflower. And if you at some point are up for a conversation, I'm game. And it's not about getting a gotcha. It's really about an interesting conversation to see where you are coming from. That's literally it.
And Peter, if an interesting enough subject, we could always make it a topic. Like it seems like you have this about guilt. We could do an entire subject about guilt of the Bible or that type.
I'll be more than happy to come back on this show and do it. That's not a problem either. As I said, it's not about getting a gotcha. It's not about trying to have you dig in your heels and make you feel that you need to go into defensive mode. That's not it.
Fight me. Fight me.
I kind of disagree with
I'm
that.
not.
I kind of disagree with that, Peter.
No,
because
no.
Earlier in the stream, you were trying to get him in the gotcha, so I can see why his defenses are up. I mean, it's not funny. I'm being serious.
I'm not perfect. I never said I was perfect.
I'm
but
not saying you are.
If I'm talking to someone like Sunflower is now, and we can have a decent conversation, that's when I get interested in where he's coming from.
Agreed.
And I want
agree.
I want to know that. And if something happened earlier, that was an entire different context. This is a conversation that I would like to have, and I don't have to have that online. I can have that in private as well. Doesn't matter to me because I'm curious where he's coming from. Because if he knows something that I don't, I want to know.
All we care about is the truth. That's all that matters.
I think once Amy's done, we respect her show. Once she's done, backstage, let's talk about epistemology.
That's true.
Do I get
How
to
do we
fight
know what we know? That's right. It's gonna be down and dirty epistemology fight.
I'm gonna get my gloves to fight Oz.
I was trying to look for my gloves. I literally have wraps behind me somewhere. I was trying to get that from a. All right, but Tobin, he's been waiting not as long as the Big Bang has been expanding, but close. Tobin, you had a question.
You know, I'm really apprehensive because I think I'm going to be opening up a whole nother can of worms. I'll put a pin in my question. I'll hold it for next time.
I'm so close to getting a sound effects board. Peter, it worked and then it stopped working. So but okay, to be continued.
You had a sound effects board. It worked.
It worked until the next day, and then exactly. It was so beautiful. But with that, I just want to ask Sunflower a question, and it's been my latest pet peeve that I should probably make. Speaking of podcast episodes, you're not alone. I have never, and I guess this is a black swan fallacy. So bring it on. I guess the person. This person that just converted to Islam is like the first person. I would like to talk with him, who is done from feelings. But so you, Antangelo, John Maddox, and Francis Collins, just right off the top of my head, all have given me 4 people, 4 different reasons, and all of them have a core emotional base or like an experiential. And Francis Collins, a good example is that he was hiking, he saw 3 waterfalls, he realized that was the Trinity, and he has been an evangelical ever since. And so what happens is Antangelo and John, they go out, and Antangelo is now talking to precepts. John has his thing with genes. And yet all the things that they're debating and they go out every day to preach is not the reason why they believe. It's not that, like, if you were to take away all those arguments underneath it all, it would be an experiential reason, which I can't have. And so I guess, do you think it's a good base? Because I'm always hesitant to shit on emotions as someone who actually thinks that we should appreciate emotions more, but it's something so important. I mean, is that a good base? I guess is my question.
That's a really good question. It really is. And spoiler, I don't have a answer that's gonna slide out of the ballpark. But here's what I would say. And I can only speak for myself here. As much as I guess I'm a part of those other names you mentioned, maybe sometimes in their streams, I really just speak for myself in terms of my faith and whatever. I'd say there's a reason that I don't go up to rocks that I've seen fall on people's heads and sit down and say, like, listen, if you like looking at the rock, like, if you just accepted, God, you would never fall on another person's head. And that's probably because I see something in people. By the way, I don't really do that to animals either. Or fish or birds or whatever. It only seems like the people I'm interested in speaking to are human beings. So that's because there's sort of I can't necessarily explain it, but there's an intuitive thing that I think other humans have a sense of moral agency, responsibility, guilt, waking consciousness that I do. And so what I would essentially say is that, before I accepted God, I still had this sort of tangential, sort of at arm's reach idea of I would justify anything I did, whether it was hedonistic or selfish or whatever, as in some sort of like, well, I'm just a human and I couldn't control it otherwise, and so on and so forth. But I still sort of recognize that I probably shouldn't be doing that. And I would just say, if you don't experience that at all, if you don't have the waking experience of, I probably shouldn't be doing this, or if you don't have the waking experience of, I've resisted this urge before, but this time I just can't, then I guess I might as well be speaking to a rock. And I'm not meaning that in a mean way, because that would actually justify all of your guys' point of view, right? Because if you actually don't have that inner experience of, I can, but I won't, then you are totally justified in being as, in doing anything ever. And you should never feel responsibility or guilt for your actions, because how could you? If I don't see how you could or would, or how it would do you justice. So all I can say is that because I experienced that, and because I have resisted my, impulses, and because it has resulted in better for me, I would hope that other people, the only things that seem to exhibit that same potential, humans, as me, I would hope they could do that too. But if they just simply don't have the affinity or aptitude for that, then absolutely, it was falling on deaf ears, and they should never feel guilty for anything they ever do. So yeah, that's my answer.
And okay, I know People may have comments, but save them for your outros, which would be a perfect time for them. And okay, Sunflower, I'm actually going to ask you to bring us back on topic in a different way. For your outro, we've been skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral. I hope you had a nice time tonight. And what are your thoughts on the subject?
You know, I had a fantastic time, Amy. And again, I don't want to just double down too much, but really more and more, I just like this stream. I like the fact that there are diverse opinions. I like the fact that I know it's usually just Amy and James, but you guys you was a good show. And not to go into it, whatever, I do apologize for times I get nasty. Now on the Passover thing, I would say the most touching, the most profound lesson from that is that if ever you feel as though you're you've reached some kind of enlightenment, or you've reached some kind of sense of entitlement, or you've reached some kind of sense of community where you're now above others, I think that's more of a reminder to say that, you know, ask not whom the bell tolls, right? It's like you're never truly above. You're never truly outside of this. You're just a person that's maybe elected among a group of people, but you still have to sort of pay homage to the God, to the spiritual, to the higher, to the greater. That's what the Passover story tells to me. And I mean, I'm a Christian. Obviously, I'm not Jew. I'm not a Jew, but that's kind of what it says to me. I know we didn't really focus much on that tonight, but that's my outro. I appreciate everyone I talked to tonight. I'm sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings, and I got a lot to work on in terms of my language. But thanks so much, guys.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much, Sunflower. And okay, Peter, we have been skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral. What are your thoughts?
Okay. No, Passover isn't moral. There's a good thing about it, because I came in here guns blazing. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I came in here with guns blazing, and I think that is a bit more important than whether or not Passover is moral. Sunflower apologized. Initially, I wasn't entirely convinced. Over the course of the conversation and the interaction that he had with all of us, with Oz, and with me, I think I'm now convinced that his apology was genuine because of everything else he shared. And he might be young and screw up at times. I'm close to being 60 and I still screw up. So, Sunflower, there's no hope. If I'm anything to judge by, if you go by Oz, maybe. Although he wants to fight, so there's some issues with Oz as well. As always, this has been a great show, and I'm always happy that I can catch one live, and I'm always happy that I'm allowed on the panel. And Amy, thanks a lot for doing these, for allowing the people to come on, speak freely. Amazing show.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Peter, and it's great to have you here. All right, we're moving down the line. Atheist Junior, we're skeptic, and we're ranting on was Passover moral?
Well, wow, this has been such a dramatic stream.
Pretty tame.
Okay, well, I will say for Passover, no, it wasn't moral because it was the 10th plague, and the previous 9 had been horrible as well. So, no, I mean, threatening, like, I'm going to kill your firstborn child unless you do this blood magic ritual, I don't think it's moral. And I saved my comment that I had for Sunflower until now, just out of respect. And I would say that his whole reason for like belief and what he was talking about pretty much the whole time just sounded to me like having a conscience. Like, I feel bad for, lying or doing something wrong. That's not a reason to start believing any particular religion to me. But thanks for having me on again, Amy. And yeah, it was a great show. So thank you.
Absolutely. It was great having you on too. All right. We're moving down the line. Tobin, we have been skeptic and ranting. It's a good combo. On was Passover moral? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm still at the same place I started at earlier by saying that it's just all blood magic. It's all just fictitious magical stories, fairy tales. And the thing that's messed up is that people use this stuff to do harmful acts and to manipulate people mentally to get them to do things that they want them to do. And it's just egregious. It's no good. And also one thing that came across the whole spectrum thing about how people are on a spectrum, and there's people who are really freaking intelligent, super smart people, and we do dumb things. Even the really smart people, it's like a moment by moment thing. Sometimes we're right on point, and sometimes we're gonna be, maybe we're hungry, or maybe we need something to drink, or maybe we have a lack of sleep. But yeah, I think I've said what I'm gonna say.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much, Tobin. Don't mind, you can see the gears turning in my brain. Once again, goes back to the... All right. Amaretto, we have been skeptic and ranting. Was Passover moral? What were your thoughts?
I think there's been a couple of really good points that have kind of made me think, like, over the course of the night about this. Instinctually, like I say, it's not moral because by my standards. However, Nick earlier did make a good point on, how do we know? How can we judge? Do we even have like the capacity, the ability to even, judge God? Which I thought was kind of an interesting take on it. Like I told you in chat, kind of reminded me of actually this Asian manga I was like reading recently, where it's kind of a similar premise. So it kind of, gets you thinking a little bit. But I think still, even after all of the good points and stuff were made tonight, I think I would say no. And Tobin's kind of right. Like, it's a shame it's being used to do harmful things. And like, as someone I'm still technically a theist, yeah, I don't like that this is used in this sense, to hurt people. And it's a shame because people are always going to try and hurt people, I think. And religion's just one of the things that tends to get used. I swear, I think the more that I study sociology and that I kind of make comparisons to the world, the more I think Karl Marx is right. Everything, it's all about that conflict theory. But, hopefully keep having more discussions like this. It's really good to see everybody talk. Like, Oz, that was an amazing, amazing conversation. So you have my thanks for allowing us to witness that. And yeah, Amy, thanks for hosting.
Absolutely. And okay, thank you so very much, Amaretto. Bird. Jazz hands. We have been skeptic and ranting on was Passover moral? I like the matzah, but was Passover moral?
I thought real quick. I thought Bird fell asleep there for a minute.
Nope. I'm
Ooh,
just
he was
gonna
just-
hypnotized. The answer is no. Ooh. That's it. No, it's not. That's it.
See, it's all coming along now. All right, moving along. Oz, we are both skeptic and ranting like chocolate and peanut butter. Was Passover moral?
Quickly, no,
Da-da-da-da-da.
it wasn't. But tonight, I continue to learn this. Atheists, skeptics, I want to encourage you to do something. Go check out my boy Anthony Magnabosco and learn a little something about street epistemology.
He's a hack.
And if you don't understand what epistemology is, guess what? I pulled it up so I can read it to you. Epistemology, the theory of knowledge, especially with regard to its methods, validity, and scope. Epistemology is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. And then it's very important after that that you understand the three very basic laws of logic: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. And if you can learn those two pieces, epistemology and learning how to ask epistemic questions and be respectful and be patient and not interrupt. If you go back and watch what I did, like I wasn't trying to interrupt him. I wanted him to talk. I wanted to hear his story. You'll do that. And my last encouragement is for people, whether it's a normal show, and I do. Amy knows this. I come on here and I'm kind of like a pit bull as far as helping her protect her show, and I am. James knows that too. But whether it's this show or any show or after show or whatever, don't like if somebody gets into a groove and they're going through epistemic questions, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Let the person, because what you don't know is at the end of the day, that may be the difference of somebody realizing that, you know what, I had really bad reasons to believe what I was believing. Or it could be, holy shit, I didn't think about that way. I need to go back to the library. I need to go back to study and figure out, why do I believe what I believe in? So don't interrupt. It's rude and it's fucked up. But that's it. And Tart.live, Tart.live, you can check out all of our shows coming up, and we do have our 1 year celebration coming up on the 22nd. And I'll just tell you right now that Ken Hoven is opening up the show. He's opening up the show. He's opening up our 1 year show.
I taught biology for 15 years.
Evolution.
Buy my DVD, okay.
And all right. Thank you so very much, Oz. Always
Thank you.
mentions, always. Oh yeah, we have so many mentions. Can females be mentions? Probably. Anyway,
No.
Did James get summoned by Satan?
Yep.
He had to leave.
Did he say
he tucked and rolled? He's out.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
met
may
like
have
20
work.
minutes ago. Yeah,
Did
he
say
said
work?
he had to be up in a few hours.
That is okay. Well then, with that, I hope you all had a fun time on this Skeptic and Ranting Was Passover Moral, where we asked ethical questions on hardening of Pharaoh's heart, chariot drowning, and the death of firstborn Egyptian sons. I want to thank James W. with our guest hosts, Oz, Bird, Amaretto, Tobin, Nick, Atheist Jr., Peter, Sunflower, and Sam Alvarado, along with all the lovely people in chat who make this stream so much fun, and our mods who keep everything awesome. Thank you so much. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that all button icon so you can be part of our live streams on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Or come join us at our Discord for some memeing fun. Finally, if you'd like to help make more awesome content or support the channel, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and I'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
Buy my DVDs.
Bye.
15 years policy.
15 years. Guys, okay.